I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoke spoken, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and show you love us, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things. For protection, got connections, My complexion, pure black, that's the essence.
There we go. What's up, y'all? Hope everybody feeling good tonight.
You love me?
I'm cool. Don't say what's up when you step in the room, man. What up, what up? Just about to watch this little video. I was like, dang, I'm about to just go live instead of just watching this to the head. Thanks for tapping in. Let's have another good session. He talking about how racism developed out of black metaphors from early history until modern times. But I'll tell you the proper name. It is Black Metaphors, How Racism Emerged from Medieval Race Thinking. All right. It's Whitaker. Peace to y'all. Let's get it poppin'.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemming teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
I just skipped a little past the introduction. We're just gonna go and let that rock. But I'm gonna be stopping and commenting. Peace to y'all. Let's get it popping.
Sean, thanks for having me here, and thanks for that introduction, a very generous introduction. By way of saying a few words about what the book does, I thought it might make a lot of sense to talk a bit about how I got to this book, how I came to this project. And this book, Black Metaphors, took some 10 years or more. It involved traveling the globe from London to Cairo, from New York to Pasadena, examining evidence, seeking productive conversations, presenting research and its conclusions in venues both large and small. But I wrote it for the college student in Cairo who approached me in the Coptic Museum. We talked and she asked why I was looking at Coptic art, and it was a good conversation. Then she asked where I was from, and I told her America, and her jaw dropped. And in her perfect Oxford English, she said, no, that cannot be. And she touched her own face. She touched her own cheek, and she said, because you're the same color as me. I had to inform her there are millions of brown and black people in America. And she was shocked and confused. But I also wrote it for the young man who I encountered at the University of Western Georgia shortly after the book came out. I was there promoting it. This was before COVID times, but not by much. And I had just given a talk there, and he came up to me afterwards, and he was excited and he was incredulous. And he said to me, I never thought of us in the Middle Ages. And I informed him further. Africa offered many centers of learning and political and mercantile power that were concurrent with and in conversation with medieval Europe. But because the term medieval was made to refer to Europe specifically, we don't talk about medieval Africa nearly often enough. And what's more, for African Americans, it's one of the most insidious and nefarious legacies of slavery and racism that we're regularly led to believe that we have no history back beyond chattel slavery in the Americas. This is the enslavement strategy that Orlando Patterson has called natal alienation. The symbolic and cultural denial to the enslaved of, quoting Patterson, all claims on and obligations to his parents and living blood relations, and all such claims and obligations on his more remote ancestors and on his descendants as well. And as a genealogical isolate, he becomes desocialized and depersonalized as a non-being. In other words, the enslaved person becomes devoid of history. Both of them, this young woman at the Coptic Museum and the young man in Western Georgia, though separated by thousands of miles and a few years, were under the sway of racism's and colonialism's legacies, that the presence of Black people is limited in time and place. Disrupting those fallacies is a part of racial justice. People have traveled for a long time. Indeed, some of the best research being done in bioarchaeology these days shows that medieval European port cities, places like London, were in fact quite diverse. Bodies that have been exhumed and their DNA tested, even from under the surfaces of modern busy city streets, have shown that London's citizens in the 1300s included people from the Mediterranean, the Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa alike. It included people who'd lived in London their entire lives, who were probably second and third and fourth generation Londoners, and it included people who migrated, whether as young children, as young adults, or even as older adults. But in short, Black people were very much in Africa and medieval Europe alike, just as Black people have been thoroughly present in modernity and in the Middle Ages alike.
Oh, hold
So when we
on.
know
Somebody go get Chief X. Because it's going to be ugly. But first of all, as soon as bruh starts speaking, and then I looked at his last name, Whitaker, didn't y'all be like, is this Cornell? Wait a minute. What's dude's name? No, Whitaker. I just was wondering, not Cornell West, but I was thinking about somebody by the name of Whitaker, and not Forrest either. But I was like wondering where his eloquence came from, basically, because he's very well spoken, and he about to drop these bars on y'all. Check it out.
the history of race, we're better prepared for the world around us. And the past several years, of course, have been dominated by high profile incidents of racism and anti racist protest. The shooting deaths of Trayvon Martin, of Tamir Rice, and countless other young Black people at the hands of police, and in Martin's case, of police wannabes. And it's galvanized a movement to highlight the dangers Black Americans face, from acts as simple as walking down the street, or waiting for a friend in the lobby of an apartment building, or, as in Breonna Taylor's case, sleeping in one's own bed. The rise of Black Lives Matter, with its spectacular freeway protests, and the rise of the alt-right, with its pretensions towards Nazi Germany-style fascism and a predilection for violence seen as recently as the January 6th riots at the Capitol, are in no way novel. They have their forebears in Reconstruction and the rise of Jim Crow and in the Civil Rights Movement and in KKK rallies. And what each action and response conveys is fear. Black people, of course, are rightfully afraid of being gunned down in the street for simply being. White people have often been afraid that Black people will wrest from them their greatest power, the power that comes with embodying the norm. Black Metaphors helps readers understand where this fear and the binary racial system it creates and strives to maintain comes from. Black Metaphors is written to take readers on a journey through the literature and culture of the Middle Ages to show them how, in the West, Europe, and the Americas, the racial ideology that fully coalesces into its current modern form comes out of medieval race thinking. The period's strategies and discourses for discerning and categorizing people, from the use of physiognomies in political and business decisions, analyzing people's appearance in the hope of discerning whether one should do business with them or take counsel from them, to what Geraldine Hang has called hermeneutic blackness, in which blackness is used to make sense of heaven and hell as the color of devils and demons, but also as the universalizing and leveling stain of original sin that in Catholic doctrine covers all people, regardless of and often without interest in actual material skin color. At the same time, the development of race also has medieval roots in the religious and cultural conflict of the Crusades, when popular writing, religious writing, and preaching in the Christian world portrayed the Islamic world as evil and eventually made people of color its symbol. Black Metaphors readers will be better equipped to recognize the racist rhetoric the crusading era helped create, whether it shows up in popular culture, religion, politics, or elsewhere. Understanding racism's history and recognizing even its subtlest language, Black Metaphor's readers will be better prepared, in my hope, will be better prepared to identify and combat racism whenever and wherever it rears its head. But I also wrote it because I know that the Middle Ages' role in modernity is too often left unspoken. And race and racism have been at times taken as synonymous with modernity. Certainly, as I mentioned, there have been the white supremacist medievalisms of the KKK and of the Nazis. It was on display in the Viking helmets and Odinist symbolism of Charlottesville's Unite the Right rally, and the same during the Capitol riots this year. But that the Middle Ages is not all white supremacy, that white supremacist medievalism is but a modern deployment of the Middle Ages, and that the actual historical European Middle Ages had a much more complicated and multivalenced comportment to Blackness. That still needs to be talked about a lot more. The idea of Black as a color of transition in pseudo-Aristotle's De Coloribus, or On Colors, or of Black as a way of describing the peasant, or in particular a peasant's bones, in a pastoral manual, while the same English pastoral manual can use Black for demons and devils, and for every single human being who is touched by original sin. That Blackness could characterize the patron saint of the Holy Roman Empire, Saint Maurice, and the most holy Jasper, or sometimes Balthazar, depending on your source, the Black one of the three kings, or the three magi, who represented the promise of Christian dominance in Africa in the late Middle Ages. Texts make him out to be the picture of holiness, while they also use Blackness to characterize his people, the Nestorians, as the most wicked heretics of all. I came by my interest in Blackness's history honestly. Having grown up in the AME Church, and in the city where that denomination, now some 2.5 million people strong globally, started out in a blacksmith's shop at the end of the 18th century. My every Sunday experience begged the historical investigation of Black history and of this thing called Blackness more generally and more as an abstract as well. The AME Church maintains its 18th century liturgy in ways that the United Methodist Church, for instance, does not. And as I puzzled over what the, quote, quick and the dead meant as a child, as I wondered why Jesus, quote, sitteth at the right hand of God the Father in the Church's Apostles' Creed, one of its central doctrinal documents, or why when we, quote, praised God from whom all blessings flow, we also address the heavenly host as ye. As I puzzled over these things, it became clear to me that the legacy I experienced every Sunday, and often at events during the week too, did not jive very well with the feeling, the discursive pressure, the legacy of slavery and racism, that we Black Americans don't have a long history. Sure, the 18th century did not exactly challenge the notion of natal alienation, but it did interest me in Black folks' early American past. And as with so many things in the academy, one thing led to another. My liturgical knowledge made Shakespeare pretty easy to read. These and thous were not confusing to me. And reading enough Shakespeare, in turn, made Chaucer intriguing. And next thing you know, I find myself figuring out that learning Middle English has not only captured my imagination and engaged long-held interests in chivalry and chivalric romance, and even the idea of romantic love, and of course, church history, but it also made me a better reader of my favorite modern American authors, a better reader of Toni Morrison and James Baldwin, of African American authors deeply attuned to the histories and the concepts and tropes, and often of the history of each and every individual word they choose. After all, Toni Morrison writes that, quote, "We need studies that analyze the strategic use of Black characters to define the goals and enhance the qualities of white characters. Such studies will reveal the process of establishing others in order to know them, to display knowledge of the other so as to ease and order external and internal chaos." I wrote Black Metaphors in the aim that it would be such a study, while showing that even though Morrison was treating modern American literature, the Black Metaphors history begins well before American modernity, just like the history of Black people themselves. So I just wanted to offer you that as a way into thinking about what this book does, and and what I in writing it and have endeavored for it to do.
Right.
Man, hold on. He just spit what sounded like on the level of, any eloquent speaker that I've ever heard. I mean, a person who speaks so eloquent, it makes me think back to an ancient Egyptian tale of, what is it? You know, the the brother who spoke so well. Somebody can put it in the chat. I forgot. I guess it's late night. I'm forgetting. But yeah, he was getting it in. So let's let this continue.
Thank you so much, Cord. I think a place to start that I'd like to delve into is kind of a big question, but it's a foundational one for the way the book works and for the way that your thought in the book works. And it has to do with this. I'm not sure whether to call it a central metaphor or a central conceit, well, maybe one or the other, and that of shimmer, which is one that I know you've borrowed, the notion of the shimmering philology, and how that operates in close relationship with this imaginary of the mirage. And in the introduction, I wrote this down because it really struck me. You note that blackness, whiteness, and racial differences more generally are mirages created and maintained through rhetoric. So I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about why you employ the concepts and of shimmer and mirage, and why you find them particularly powerful ways to understand the development of race thinking, both in the Middle Ages, but also, I think, afterwards.
Sean, this is a great question. Thank you very much for it. It really began with my trying to think through the disconnect, or the potential logical disconnect, between a social constructionist theory of race, between the idea that race is socially constructed and therefore not real. And I think sometimes it's quite possible for those of us in the academy, or even those of us of certain political comportments outside the academy, to remember that there are very much race realists, that there are very much those out there. There are entire organizations with conferences and structures devoted to race realism, the notion that race is indeed a biological, that it is a biological imperative, and that it's very much based in biological and ineluctable difference. So I was thinking through a social constructionist approach to race, and how to get that to jive, or whether it did jive with the very real, experienced, material effects of race in the world. And so as I was thinking about this and becoming more and more convinced that that it is right to see a connection, a relationship between race as socially constructed and its material effects, would naturally beg the question, well, how can something that is discursive have such profound material effects and have such power that that just saying that it is socially constructed does not make it disappear in a puff of logic, right, as some would like it to. This led me searching for metaphors, and for metaphors that would describe this movement between the ostensibly not real and the real. It set me to thinking about the relationships between, to wax Derridian for a minute, the relationships between the symbolic order and the real material effects of words, the real material effects of that which is expressed. And I found myself, really taken with the work of, a wonderful intellectual interlocutor of mine, Michelle Warren, and who has thought about the idea of the mirage as metaphor, as a metaphor that's central to philology, to understanding how language works, and how mirage is a sensible way of explaining that relationship between the symbolic order and its effects. However, because race has been more often than not treated as visual, or treated as having its material evidence in visual expression, the mirage seemed an even more perfect metaphor for thinking about the relationship between words and the symbolic order and race and racialization. So it was that, it was that interest in trying to bridge this gap between the discursive and the real, and thinking about not only thinking about just how dire and urgent and immediate the effects of race can be, made the metaphor of the mirage all the more important. Because when we just think of a mirage in popular culture and popular discourse, often for a lot of people, the first mirage that comes to mind is the mirage of water where there is no water. And when the sky is being reflected, when the sky's blue is being reflected onto the ground, especially parched, dry ground. And it's sort of a classic popular literary trope that if you're parched, if you're in the middle of the desert, you see this mirage of water, I mean, you're going to run for it. You need it, right? You have to get to it. This could be life-saving, and then it's not there. But it's made you act. It's made you act urgently. It's made you act, in some cases, dangerously, recklessly. But it's not really there. However, it is what's not there is the water. But there is a physical effect taking place. Light rays are being bent, right? So something real and material has happened. Something has been expressed and you have perceived it. But it's led you to believe that something else material, water, is there when it's not. And this struck me as
I'm not going to interrupt the wonderful breakdown of this metaphor. I just need to pause to say, did he explain that so well to show when he's talking about the mirage of racism? God, he going in. That's an excellent thought and a wonderful way to explain it.
simply so apropos for trying to think about this dynamic relationship between the discourse of race and its material effects, along with the fact that well, maybe I'll leave it at that for the moment. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sean, could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I loved your the summary of your book. I love your book. I love the title. So I have a two-part, or maybe 2.5 part questions. We could cut to the chase. All right. So part one is, what have you found to be the or texts? And for those listening, or you are the or texts, the roots of the root of the metaphors of blackness and whiteness in the West. Okay, that's part one. And then, as you well know, good AME brother, I'm just coming off the production of a series on the history of the Black church. And I'm curious, when did these metaphors begin to attach themselves to the concept of sin and redemption? Okay. And then the final part is, then when did those metaphors begin to attach themselves to people phenotypically who look like you and me?
Now, before he answers the question, everything that we have to contribute to the conversation is not a part of this brother's research. He strictly focused on medieval times. So just if his reply don't encompass anything we talk about, that's because we in a different time period. But what we could contribute to his memoirs of black metaphors is everything we talk about every day. And some act like they can't understand it. I wish I could break it down as good as this brother breaking it down, but let's go.
And on the other hand, who look like Sean.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And that actually puts me in mind of, one other thing I wanted to say about Mirage. It also became, once I landed on that metaphor, all of a sudden, really great work in whiteness studies, especially from the sociologist Ruth Frankenberg, presented itself to me that talks very explicitly about the, quote, mirage of whiteness. Right? And she finds that a useful metaphor as well for thinking about the construction of, not only blackness as a racial category, but the construction of whiteness as a racial category, which in so many ways is equally and sometimes more important to be discussing when thinking about the social constructiveness of race. So I just wanted to put that out there too. The sociologists are also to blame for my use of metaphor. So to your questions, Skip, I think these are great questions, and thank you very much for them. I might take them a little out of order. In the West, you first start seeing blackness and whiteness, this sort of hermeneutic blackness that Hang talks about, but blackness and whiteness attached as metaphors for sin and purity as early as the 2nd century. You see it appearing with Tertullian in his writings. You see it in some of the apocryphal gospels, such as the Gospel of Nicodemus, which is really, really very concerned with light. But you can even see it with light and white light, right, as a marker of divinity. But you can even see it in some canonical biblical texts, the transfiguration, Christ's transfiguration, and all the emanating white light that text, talks about. So it's at that point, however, not so interested in phenotypic blackness. It's not so interested in people, Skip, you put it well, people who look like you and me. Because what's relevant, what matters the most at that point, and I'd argue what matters the most up through the Crusades, really from the rise of Christianity up through the Crusades and on into, really, really on into the very end of the Middle Ages, the very beginning of early modernity. What matters the most is the state of one's soul. So it's this hermeneutic blackness, it's this blackness as, blackness and whiteness as a marker of the state of one's soul that matters regardless of what the actual physical person looks like. You couple that with the political desires of the medieval Latin church to for global dominion, to certainly have, and indeed it does have, strong communities on all three of the known continents at the time, right? Europe, Asia, and Africa. But it wants to expand even within them. And of course, after the rise of Islam, it's got got another competitor that's doing a great job of spreading. But also we have to remember, in the Middle Ages, it has other major churches that are competitors too, and that are more popular in on the African continent and on the Asian continent. So there's a lot of political, a lot of political weight given to having a Latin Christian community that looks like everybody in the world. And that includes everybody in the world, no matter what they look like. This has led scholars to, I think quite rightly, claim that for the Middle Ages, skin tone, even while you get some texts that are rather shocked by it, you get some letters in the 11th and 12th centuries that are rather shocked by Ethiopian clerics at Jerusalem and so forth, because it seems out of the ordinary, something that certain people in Europe would not have expected. I think others would have expected it just fine. But even while you have that, the church's overall notion is that skin color is nothing but a corporeal difference with very little spiritual meaning. I do argue that it is in the in the rise of the New World, the rise of colonialism, but also as African chattel slavery, even into Europe before the end of the Middle Ages, begins to look more and more politically expedient and more economically expedient. And then with New World colonization, becomes even more so. That's where the overarching concern with spiritual condition begins to fall away in comparison to justifications for enslavement. It also has to do with the shifting status of the church in the late Middle Ages. While it does manage to pull off a lot of that dominion that it was looking for in the period, it also undergoes a lot of internal strife. The Great Schism of the late Middle Ages, and certainly once as we begin to move into the early modern period, the Protestant Reformation. But even before that, the much smaller scale quote unquote heresies that were taking place throughout the Western and Northern European nations too. So all of that begins to weaken the power of the church. Its heterogeneity. Right? No, I shouldn't say heterogeneity. Its heterodox elements start becoming clearer, and gaining a little more power, a little more power here, a little more power there. And I do think it weakens it institutionally. And so as it becomes weakened institutionally, even the papal bulls across the 15th century start taking some really odd turns regarding who you can enslave and who you can't. And, I would argue that some of these papal bulls start conflicting with one another, across different popes, of course, but you start getting a lot of conflict about, well, should you enslave to Christianize? And if you've enslaved and successfully Christianized, should you manumit? Or should you not manumit? And some of the bulls are saying, yeah, absolutely, you have to free people if they're Christian. Others are mum on that subject and say that it's great that they're Christian, but they're already enslaved. So, just keep that going. So I think all of that really contributes to a shift in the discourse where, whereas before the very late Middle Ages, before the the end of the period and before New World colonialism, what matters the most is spiritual condition. Phenotype is used as a tool to try to understand to try to understand spiritual condition, but also to try to advance the power and dominion of the church globally. It's only as that shift is occurring and after it's occurred, what ends up being on top is phenotype, because it's economically expedient, and the and the role of the church is weaker, right? Or the role of the Latin church is weaker. And so therefore its global dominion begins at times to work in service of phenotypic judgments. It begins to work in service of slavery and the wealth that can be attained from it.
Excuse me. There's a tendency sometimes for us to think monochromatically, sorry, that there was a good time and there was a bad time. There was a bad time in terms of race, and then there was a good time. And of course, the slave trade is the easiest construct to summon as the BC and AD in terms of race relations. But actually, as you well know, the devil was represented in people's dreams, in the form of a black man. A black man came to me, and this is in the Middle Ages, right? Long before what we know as the transatlantic slave trade, ever even thought about him. But at the same time, when the devil becomes represented as an African or black man, the most powerful black man in history, of course, is Prester John, right? And so in the 12th century, this letter appears in these courts, and he goes, hey, you want to beat the Saracens? Come find me. I got the fountain of youth. I got all the money in the world. I got an army of about 10 zillion people, and I'm sitting here in Ethiopia or the Indies. Come get me. And they go looking for him, right? I mean, Vasco da Gama has a letter to Prester John in his pocket, or whatever passed for a pocket, when he circumnavigates the continent. That's incredible. And as you alluded in your remarks, Saint Mauritius actually becomes black. I mean, we know when he became black visually, and I think 1242, or you can fact check me, but I think it's, yep. And then Balthazar becomes black in the 15th century, one of the wise men. So you have the devil on the one hand, and you have the holiest man, Saint Maurice, one of the holiest men, and then you have the most powerful man. How do you explain this complexity in terms of representation and the construction of race?
Oh, thanks for that question. It has everything to do with the status of blackness as spectacular, right? It has everything to do with the status of blackness as spectacular in the Middle Ages, which is not to say that individual or normal, or actual material black people were spectacular. In many places they were not, as I said before. But the notion that quite often when you see these depictions of blackness in the Middle Ages, of a black devil, or even of Saint Maurice, they're almost true black. Right? They're
like a Kerry James Marshall painting.
Yes.
Now notice this. And what he's saying about this blackness metaphor is true. Oh, he gonna break it down for us and offer clarity. Because notice this is the same with ancient Egyptians. Notice in their depictions, they're almost a true black. And let's see why he's coming to this conclusion within Greek spectacular black appearances. Why did they choose this true black?
Right.
Precisely. You know, which while some people's skin tone does get toward that, a whole lot of people's doesn't, and that was already true in the Middle Ages, especially when so many of the black people who medieval texts are referring to are indeed Middle Eastern people. So actually they have a Berber, you know, what we would call a Berber phenotype, you know, in addition to those who have much, much darker skin and sub-Saharan phenotypes, etc. So that's one thing to keep in mind, I think, when we're thinking about the spectacular nature of blackness and the way it can be trotted out and hermeneutically, such that it's about the difference and the sort of frightening, you know, awe-inspiring difference of devils or demons, which is simply paired with the awe-inspiring whiteness of angels. And the you know, and something like Saint Maurice, someone like Saint Maurice, right, where, you know, or Balthazar, sometimes Jasper, where that black figure is the pinnacle of holiness. And this is one of the reasons why I treat the three kings of Cologne. You had asked about texts earlier. And one of the reasons I treat the three kings of Cologne, which is the story of the three magi or the three kings, right? Very much the story that really props up Cologne cathedral's you know, spiritual and ecclesiastical power, since the bodies of the three kings are the main shrine there, or the main relic there. In that story, Jasper, that story takes it as Jasper in most of its versions. Jasper, the Black Magus, is as holy as he can possibly be. I mean, he is the pinnacle of holiness. But his people, who are also described as quite black, the Nestorians, and of course, historically, you know, Nestorians, it's another sect of Christianity that was quite popular in South Asia and was a competitor to the Latin Church in the Middle Ages. They're described as the worst heretics ever, but he's their king. So I think that encapsulates it so nicely, that blackness gets trotted out as a major characteristic by which to identify either the holiest of the holy or the worst possible. It simply depends on what blackness needs to mean at that moment. Right? So even still, blackness's meanings are unstable. They're spectacular, they're awe-inspiring, but they're unstable.
So Stuart Hall famously said that race was the ultimate floating signifier, and you're saying blackness is the ultimate floating signifier.
Yes, yeah. And I think Stuart Hall's quite onto something there.
So final question. I'm doing my duty for Sean here, reporting for duty, my third one. Then I guess we turn over to Sean, and then we open up. But you haven't talked about the importance of Al-Andalusia, about the Islam, about the fact that Iberia is, you know, run. People talk about it being occupied. You don't occupy something for 800 years. You know, it is a Muslim kingdom, right? And the darkness of the people from North Africa, and the slave trade, God knows, did not start with the
Hold on. So it ain't no dark people in North Africa? I think we about to hear that get beat up right now.
Portuguese, you know, stumbling their way down the west coast of Africa and West Central Africa. The Sahara Desert, first of all, slavery is coterminous with civilization. And we all know the word Slav, slave comes from Slav, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of the enslavement of people from sub-Saharan Africa, the Sahara is a highway. You know, after the camels domesticated, which I think is, you could fact check me, 2nd or 3rd century. You know, people just zipping across. I'm being hyperbolic, but there's commerce, communication between quote unquote sub-Saharan African, Northern Africa. There are Black people, phenotypically Black people in Europe continuously. We know that in the book of Acts, the Ethiopian eunuch runs into Philip the evangelist, and the Ethiopian eunuch is reading the book of Isaiah. And Ethiopia, and that's before Ethiopia, that man was a historical figure from the kingdom of Meroe, right, representing the Kandake or the queen. But we know Ethiopia converts in 324. It's the 3rd oldest Christian kingdom in the world, right? And so you had that flow and the church in Nubia, what became Nubia after Meroe. And then you had the flow across the Sahara, the Islamic kingdoms, enslaving non-Islamic people, but also converting them. We know that Islam came to Senegambia by the 9th century, by the 10th century. And we know that by the 12th century, it was widely practiced. Al-Idrisi says, you know, everybody's practicing, you know, people are praying and finding the East, et cetera, et cetera. So how does the threat of Islam in relationship to Christianity and the darkness, you know, metaphorically and literally, of the Islamicists figure into the larger metaphysics of Blackness and et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, hugely. So back to your, you know, to pick up on your question about texts, those of us who work in northern, you know, in northern European medieval, in what I call critical medieval race studies using northern European materials, one of the texts we regularly return to is a set of it's a set of tales, often called the Constance tales. Chaucer writes a version that's the Man of Law's tale. Well before that is the King of Tars, which is it was popular in its time, but much less well known now. And in these texts, this is precisely the concern. The Mediterranean is precisely what's the place where things are most concerning. And in it, a perfectly white Roman princess who looks to be, one text calls her white as a feather of swan, right? So she's as white as you might possibly get. And she is seen by merchants of the very black Sultan of Damascus. And he wants to marry her. Negotiations don't really work out very well. There's warfare involved. Ultimately, she, in order to save her people and stop the warfare, she goes to marry him. And she strives to hide that she is still crypto-Christian. She takes on the outward appearance of having accepted Islam. Eventually, she bears him a child. That child is not a child. It is a lifeless, shapeless lump of flesh. To everyone's
Of course.
Of course, yeah, exactly. To everyone's great consternation. And you know, and there are all sorts of reasons for that. Some of them, you know, I argue a lot of them have to do with Aristotelian physiology, but we could get into that later. But she and he make a deal. She says, look, if your God can convert this child into, you know, a child, then, you know, then I'll really convert to Islam. But if that doesn't work and my God makes this into a baby, then you have to convert. And sure enough, this is a text written by Christians for Christians, right? So sure enough, the Christian God wins out. is able to convert the baby. And what this leads to is the Sultan, who's described as very black at this point in the text, very strategically. He converts. And when he converts, upon seeing
Let's
the miracle
stop.
of the baby,
If somebody want to look up the name of the text that he's talking about, where they cite a black sultan from the Moorish Empire, unless I'm confused, that would be good to find, because the question was asked a long time ago. Of all of the Moors that we know, which of the commanders, leaders, or sultans were described as black? But he just cited one.
when he converts, he turns miraculously white. And and quite often when people first encounter this text, they'll sort of ask questions like, medieval people didn't really think that could happen, did they? But they're asking the question, they're really asking the question, right? Were medieval people so untutored, so unworldly, that they thought this could actually happen? To which I usually, resoundingly respond, no, no, they did not. Like, this is discursive, right? This is a text. It's also a miracle story and a conversion story. By the latter part of the 13th century, conversion stories often show up with, they embed some sort of really miraculous natural happening, some natural phenomena or supernatural phenomena, in order to really authorize the conversion as having been for real. So that's the sort of thing that goes on in this text. But it's very much a Mediterranean text. Her travels are around the Mediterranean, Rome, Syria. Chaucer, once it gets down to him, he really plays with it, and she's back and forth across the Mediterranean Sea and through the Strait of Gibraltar and up to the North Sea and back down through the Strait of Gibraltar and, and eventually back to Rome. But it's that space that is such a contested space for medieval people, for medieval thinkers, precisely because of Al-Andalus, precisely because this is a space it's a space that allows Islam to be not only an other over there or a threat far away, but rather something much closer to an internal threat. And I think that has a ton to do with the way blackness begins to show up in the latter part of the period, because it quite often becomes a much more of an intimate threat than it is in some of the early texts, right? Where, in the earlier texts, it might be devils and demons, but those are radically other, threatening, but radically other. It's at this point that you start getting more human figures like that Sultan depicted as threatening, but also as convertible. And it's also in this period from about the
And
12th century on.
convertible and mutable.
And mutable. And
yeah, which is important, right? Yeah. I think that one of then I'll stop and we'll open it up. But I just want to say how much I admire your work and
right.
what you're doing for.
That was good to watch. I made a contribution. No place close to what we was just watching.
Recording in progress.
But it was a contribution at understanding. Why did this share the screen? Understanding black metaphors and
Recording stopped.
at a different time period. I'm about to put up a link if y'all want to say something. Here we go. Let's go. Let me see. There's a link. Feel free to hit the link. This one of those shows where I'll be falling asleep and it be running for 8 hours. If you want to watch this whole video, it's from the Hutchinson Center. Ford Whitaker, Black Metaphors: How Modern Racism Emerged from Medieval Race Thinking. I just shared the link to get in this video, and I'm just gonna play it a little bit more then until somebody hit the link.
All of us who care about the history of ideas of race, but also all of us who care about the Middle Ages and medieval studies and the Renaissance, and the fact that you're historicizing through rhetoric and close analysis. We have such a tendency to generalize, white people are evil and anti-Black, and they have been for 5,000 years. It's a lot more complicated than that. And the work that you're doing, metaphor by metaphor, explication by explication, it is it will have long-term implications that might not even be obvious to you right now, but as this kind of sophisticated analysis becomes, well, for lack of a better word, naturalized, it's very important that you stay in the Middle Ages, you stay in Latin, and you stay, but not an Anglo-Saxon, et cetera. But it's also important that seep down into the general culture, into the schools, so that we can begin to rewrite the histories of race and intercultural contact, histories of the Middle Ages. What should be a classics department?
All right,
what should be a medieval study? Oh.
What up with Reggie?
Hey, peace. Interesting show. Sorry, let me just stop my video. My camera's not.
Yeah, I was just watching that to the head, and I was like, man, he busted. Let me stream this so others can see his perspective, his take, and how well spoken he is on breaking down this mirage of blackness that affects us negatively, but not and also the actual spectacular blackness as depicted by African people and other cultures alike. Peace, James. What's up?
Yeah, I think he has a great model. I just want to make sure I know what the word mirage is, but what do you take from the mirage of blackness?
So it was very well spoken when he broke down the fact that imagine being in a desert and seeing these rays of sunlight and thinking they're the water that you so desperately need or whatever. So now you start to go through all of these gestures or all of these actions to procure something that is not really there. And so on the flip side of that, they do that with the negativity of blackness. They paint a mirage of all these evil things associated with demons and all of these negative things so that some people can do the reaction of whatever, not procuring it like you would procure the water of a mirage, but all these actions that you take to maybe defend against something that is not really there. You know what I'm saying? And so that's kind of like how I took his analogy of the mirage.
Well, that's masterful. The counterpoint is the mirage of whiteness.
Exactly.
And the issue is what we're facing, and these models could be applied in some, and slightly adjusted for the work that we do, is because the reality of like what we study, which is Nile Valley culture, Western Desert culture, Eastern Desert culture, and all of it is North Africa, but Delta region culture. Well, the reality is one thing, but the mirage is really come first with Petri, and then there's a second component, which started earlier, which is the Arab uh, uh, mirage of Nile Valley culture. So their norms, their Arab norms, are anti-black. Their Arab norms from their hadiths, from yeah, just from their culture. And so what we're facing is this mirage from Arabs, um, as the, believe it or not, the white scholars are, except for a few diehards, are retreating, right? So we've gotten great work from European scholars, right? European descent scholars, right? Who have so much data that they have to change their position. But the Arabs, they are not changing their position at all, right? And that is what we are. That's what we're facing, because the reality is that they don't like, they can't like, theologically they can't like blackness. It's just not. So when you have the black sultan uh, turning white, that's their thinking, right?
Yeah.
So I learned some things from Miss. I think he's Dr. Whitaker, but I learned some things that I can apply this model, because they're the people that we're dealing with theologically, they can't. They put it in their theology. They've actually encoded this in their in hadiths. Uh, the Christian, uh, not the Christian thing is really about sin, right? And sin later becomes associated with Africans, but but later, but but later, right? Not direct. I mean, blackness becomes sin. I think later, as Europeans have this mirage of racism. But the Arabs absolutely, right, have not changed. And they won't change for maybe another 100 to 200 years. They won't change. They're whatever comes out of Hawas's mouth, and he's not Arab, but I'm just saying they're Arab norms. And some of these people that we deal with in on the Dr. Banoob, not well, Banoob, whatever he is, right? People like him, that doesn't change, but it allows us to catch people who are caught up in a mirage, right? And then bust them down. That's what you do. That's what I do, and that's what the Magi's do, because we deal with the primaries, which they hate, because we can read the Great Black Nubian. They hate that when they can read when we can read the Black Elder, right? They hate that, right? When we could read the Black Bull, right? They hate that, right? And so and this whole thing of the Black land, right, is fake, right? Before there was a land, there were places, and before there was places, there were things. They hate that we can do that and catch them with other European descent scholars who are better than ones that are better than ones currently. Like Alexandra Nibby is better, right?
You know what? We stood in this community, and I've even heard the leaders of the Amon Ra squad being the champion of sources. If it ain't no source, then throw it out. But when we beat up the black silk and proved that it wasn't no source for that, everything switched up. They now even start being in your face, like you can come to conclusion without a source.
Absolutely. No, they go, well, what is the consensus? The consensus don't make it true. The consensus don't make it true. We can falsify that through a number of periods. How they thought about Africans cultures. That was a consensus. Was it true? No. So they're on a consensus argument, and I just want to let the people know where the temperature is. That's where they are. Well, the consensus is, uh, and then they stop saying, "Oh, the experts don't agree with you." Right? Remember that? No, experts don't agree with you. And then we find experts that do agree with us.
I know. That what they want to say is they're looking for white experts that don't agree with us because every black expert, I think we had what 8, 9 PhDs in the video who was saying what we were saying.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, they're cherry picking, and the certainly African scholars like Musalam, right? And those they've not even read their work, right? And those people are so far ahead that European scholars have to include Musalam. Musalam is in UNESCO, right? He's in this whole thing on Libya, right? And but then they want to disqualify him, but he follows after Dr. Diop. Musalam is a very important scholar that has been doing the work, but they don't want to read. They don't want to read Musalam. Musalam is the one who talks about this whole uh, uh, how can I say aquatic civilization that just because of climate that reaches from what we call low sorry not even upper Egypt, further down in the south, all across to Central Africa to West Africa, this particular culture. And so he's so far ahead. And then Dr. Salim Faraji uses aspects of his work, right? Um, like we talk about the Green Sahara, but there's also this aquatic civilization where there are fishers and stuff like that because of this great you know uh, water expansion in the South, right? This great water expansion, and so I just want to get back to my other point that the Arab the can't deal with blackness. They have to do things well. They were dark, but they weren't black. Uh, because that messes with their theology. I'll stop.
What up, James?
Peace, Smash. Peace, but pre brother Reggie.
Peace, Pan African James.
Yeah, man. It's been. I missed. Hey, I don't know what the hell's going on with my notifications, but I know you kind of been on the rise and shine early lately. So I've
Maybe
been.
sometimes I can do it early before I gotta pick up my daughter, or late night. Right now, that's my schedule.
Right. Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I keep missing you on the morning shift, but yeah, you hit me on the late night hype. So yeah, I'm up right now. So yeah, but it looks like the new word of the day is mirage.
I mean, the way that the brother broke it down
Yeah,
in
you
his
know what I'm
book,
saying.
he put
That's a
he
clever
brought it
word
he
right there.
brought it to him in a way you looking for something that ain't there, basically. You know what
Right,
I'm
yeah, I
saying?
got. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. I like the way he put that in the game. That was
Word
good.
up. Hold on, I'm gonna step out the room 1 second. I'll be right back.
Right. Yeah. So the word of the day is mirage,
Yeah, that's
and
the
that's exactly what they provide.
yeah. And they capitalize on the people who hear stories but don't have enough information to make up their minds themselves. And so then they go to the consensus. So so this intersects with consensus, and I wish someone would ask them a question about this fake notion of consensus and its relationship to the mirage, right? Because some people actually see the mirage, and then other people actually hear about the mirage, right? So and then scholars they're able to go and see what was really there, right? And to show that it was in fact a mirage. And so that's what scholarship does. But there is always this group of people who have written things in the past, said things in the past, got paid to say this, got paid to teach, and they're reluctant to move off of the mirage, right? And I think so. I think that that's a great episode. So we have to remind ourselves to almost use it. And so if we could continuously use it, I think that this would be a very, very helpful paradigm that solves sets of problems that we couldn't solve before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go back and really listen to the whole thing because I got in kind of late on it, so I don't know what his premise is. But it sounds like he's going through the whole history of from a chronological perspective and pointing out, some of the things that's kind of pertinent to us because we're dealing with trying to figure out the phenomenon of Black from a chronological perspective as well. He put what I wanted to that papal bull. So kind of sounds to me like they're trying to incorporate what is it, the Hep bull? Is that what we call it?
No, the papal bull is a series of
Seals. Yeah,
theological
it's some seals
rules.
from the Pope. I got that, but why are they
Right.
using the word bull is what I'm trying to
Not
figure out.
not related to the bull culture at all. Related
Okay, that's what I'm trying. Anytime I hear something like that, Rich, I got to go and investigate.
Christian theology, right? So
Right.
that's when the Pope makes some type of order doctrine, right?
And it's
On
associated with a bull?
No, not at all. No.
Okay.
Not that no, they're not a bull culture per se. So I don't we would have to look at the etymology, but I don't see where even if there's even a close association with
Yeah, I seen it's about a seal that has Pope somebody and somebody else, Saint somebody on one side. And then it has whatever the Pope's name that's originally, but then I seen something else that has something association with some bull. So we have to look into that because we know
I don't.
everything that they got, they stole from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So with the Pope being associated to a bull, that's kind of peculiar to me if that's going to be the case. But right now, I don't really know because, like I said, I just got in late on it. That just caught my ear.
Yeah, I would not dwell on that. Words, remember these words are converted words, and they sometimes we use words that they sound like they sound exactly like another word, but they have a completely different meaning.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, it has a completely different meaning, so we shouldn't apply. I don't think that we should apply any of that, but we should apply what happens, like how did the Europeans, usually based on sin, right, and mirages, right, then associated the African and put them into almost perpetual slavery based on their skin color, and to me, some of that is, of course, associated with the period of the Berber African, Berber is still African, those groups of people in Andalusia, and how that changed the sensibilities of the Christians. Right.
I heard you say something. I was just making my plate. of how they use that mirage or whatever to put Africans in certain situations. But you got to remember the reason why the metaphor was so strong, because what a man who needs water or what have you would do to reach the point where a mirage is almost anything. And likewise, what a person, if you take that analogy and place it onto a blackness metaphor of them showing you things about blackness that are not there, then they'll probably get the same irate reaction in order to solve a problem that ain't even prevalent. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, and that's you, listen. This destroys Chief X, and it destroys um, some of the people who have taken the Chief X position, right? Uh, because of the actions. Like, so when you're involved in this type of situation, you things you're seeing things that's not there. So then what you're doing is you're only looking for things that's gonna say it's got to be water. I'm thirsty. It's got to be water, right? And so then you lose reality. You simply lose reality. You're not functioning in reality. And then when we try to bring it to the attention with facts, then it becomes things like name calling and consensus thinking. But I think I said enough. It's getting late for me. It's 2:23 in the morning in New York, and I'll be on for just a few more minutes, and then I have to make a decision about sleep. But I think it's a wonderful teaching moment and something that we need to use in our work. Y'all seeing mirages, and your actions are showing that you just haven't come to the reality that what you're seeing is not there.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation with that the particular people that we're talking about here, right? Because I mean, I think it's just they've been cloaked in ignorance and seemingly have fooled a lot of people about their intelligence level. Um, and it says a lot about the people that follow them because I mean, so much primary documentation has been put forth to where I don't think that there's no way that you could still hold the position that a lot of these people are holding honestly. So therefore, it's got to be something else. I don't know if you can get into a point to where your pride get in the way of you just admitting you're wrong. Because I notice it's a lot of little shifts that happen with certain people. They'll start to say, I always was talking about indigenous Africans.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
they
It'd
doing
be
that. But think
wild,
about this: it probably took white people 20 years after Diop beat the brakes off them till they finally start saying, you know what, this ain't right. They didn't just start saying it like right after the conference or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 10 years later. If it was 74, by 84, I don't know, maybe not. No, it took them 30 years.
It almost right now.
They just now start saying it. So it took
That's
them
where I'm
30
at with it.
years. So it's gonna take these fools like at least 10 years before they say we was wrong.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you, for a short time, only maybe to November, the Metropolitan Museum of Art has exhibit the African origin of civilization, right? All these people in New York, right? How many of them actually have went there, right? I'm talking about New York, Connecticut, uh, let's say Pennsylvania, which is Philadelphia. All this, we have a big group of people on the East Coast, and they're fake because they never went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and dealt with that. Why does the Metropolitan Museum of Art have an exhibition called The African Origin of Civilization?
Do
Right?
you think that Well, we know that media is a real important part of getting the word out. What about the media aspect of us getting the word out as far as that even being something that we should be trying to go and
Dude,
see?
we are the media, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying I don't hear us really pushing that we need to get our people down there, especially in that metropolitan area, to see that. I've never seen somebody make that an issue.
well, my whole thing is I practically given up on museum tours. Um, I've practically given up on it. They don't want to see it, right? And then they just simply don't want to. They just simply don't want it. The African Origin Civilization exhibition is in the ancient Egyptian galleries, the so-called ancient Egyptian galleries. That 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 connection right there, they could have put it somewhere else in the museum. No, they put it right in the ancient Egyptian galleries because they use ancient Egyptian artifacts in that whole exhibition.
Yeah, when I went to the British Museum,
Yes,
Egypt wasn't in the Africa section, y'all.
there you
Mm.
go.
I was like, see how they do this? They got Africa over there, and then you go to the left to Egypt. So the one room for the whole Africa, and then the rest of the damn museum damn there for Egypt. But I'm on mute.
Met was like that, and Met like with the Met, like when we went there. I don't know if you went to the, but anyway, you got to walk damn near a quarter of a mile from the Egyptian room to the African room, and then next to the African room, which was the it's that is connected to the Polynesian, the let's say the oceanic groups of people, but it's on the other side of the museum on the first floor. So now they are going to change the African room. They've been working on that for a year, right? So that's the Mirage right there. That's that's the Mirage. And
Mm.
Diop helped us uh, Diop helped us so much by outclassing them at the UNESCO conference, and it took they was like, listen, let's wait for almost everybody that was there to
To
die,
die.
to die, because they're gonna. How can I say they don't want to admit that they lost the fight, right? And we have to wait.
Hmm. And it's
And
real shameful because we got people around here still perpetuating that same lie that's in our particular circles, and it's just disrespectful. And then now they'll turn around and say that they didn't say what they said about
Man,
Diop.
they had a whole bunch of years where they were saying Diop got the brakes beat off him. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, yeah. They yeah, they and then it was just happened a conversation. I was on this platform. Remember, I'm on this platform and I'm like listening to different arguments. I get to talk to Smash. And then that's when we said, wait, let's go re-examine what Sonoran, what Diop said to Sonoran. Let's go re-examine it. And we found out that many of those people they had never even looked at it. And then they didn't know how to dissect. Their whole thing is, well, Sonoran didn't agree. Well, Sonoran just made some comments in the midst of a discussion with really no work. Yup, and Obanga was prepared, right? Abdullah was just stupid, right? And the rest of them was unprepared. And but when we brought that up again, when we refreshed it, because nobody had went over it, then you get a lot of the comments James is talking about.
Hey,
Yeah,
So listen,
it's a lot of
after
disingenuous.
after Sonoran corrected Abdullah, Abdullah didn't speak again in the whole transcripts of the conference. It was just Diop now. So obviously they shut that Kim don't mean black stuff down, and then Sonoran gave us Kimu to work with and Kemet, right?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened. And what was crazy about it is that we even had the we got the translation from Theophilo Bank on what actually happened at the conference. We played that too.
That's because they were shocked. Obanga and them was shocked. They was like, these people stupid.
Dion was like, man, if y'all can't even figure this out, we finna go. And then when they figured it out, that's when they sat down and had the conversation.
Yeah, I mean,
but if they
that
wouldn't have
was the
figured that out, Diop and them was finna be out of there. That's what he said.
That was the most embarrassing thing that Diop did to them. He was like, if y'all that dumb, I don't need to even be here. He's talking to the world scientist on the subject. He's like,
And then they really, so when somebody do that, it could go either way. But the fact that he did that and they really had to prove that he was telling the truth, that made him look under him, yo. You feel me? Like, yo, I'm not even gonna dialogue with y'all if y'all don't know that Kim means black.
Mm-hmm. He said, you, Sonoran, you the grammarian here, you can settle this. And then Sonoran came on with the facts, and then they sat down and continued the conference. That's what happened. Now, anybody take anything other than that out of that conversation and start talking about we don't know what was that would have or whatever word that they tried. They went through a whole 2 weeks of trying to figure out what would have or some kind of crazy ass.
They was asking Chat GPT, what does would have mean? Golly. He said they would have said Kim, bro.
Yeah.
I'm laughing because I have a degree in computer science, an old degree, and it's old, but I studied artificial intelligence in the in late 80s, 87 or something, and I got A in the course, right? I was the person who taught the community how to use ChatGPT, and I'm laughing. I said, Dad, I give them a little information, and now they going bananas, and they don't know that ChatGPT is based on machine learning of materials that you put in.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you keep asking AI questions because you become more of the expert, in some cases, AI will say, I'm sorry, you're correct. I didn't bring that in. I didn't analyze it. But since you said so, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I can say, listen, I mean, as somebody who's actually written a paper, a journal article, right? I've been abused. I have been really abused. I'm just happy that uh, that Smash helped pick up my work, right? I mean, what Ujao and them tried to do, and Ujao, whatever, and Saw and them tried to do, they were so evil that they actually called the journal.
Yo, Reggie said they was evil.
Yeah, they called the journal and said that they didn't want to get in the journal with their own work. They wanted to get in the journal by trying to impeach my work, right? And who does that? Get into a journal with your own work.
I don't know
try
who it was,
to
but somebody just showed Saw stole a whole paragraph of somebody just like the other day. I don't know where was that at.
Huh?
Wait
a minute.
Man, so somebody showed.
I didn't show nothing. What happened?
Saw had written something, but it was a doctor or somebody had the whole first paragraph of what Saw had wrote in his book was off in that person's book. And they was like, yeah, he stole this. I was like, this is a damn.
No, I think you talking about just the title. The title of a contribution.
It was something off in the text too. It was like a paragraph. I was looking at it. It was a paragraph that he had kind of took.
Oh, they put it through. They put it through the plagiarism checker all the time. And the plagiarism checker will come up with actually who said it, and how, so they do that to him all the time. But he did borrow the contributions of the place name, contributions to place
Yeah,
name.
that was it, Reggie. I don't know who did that. It was just the other day.
That was
Alexander
Reggie.
Nippy.
That was
I
Reggie.
told you, I just seen it the other
I,
day. I was like, that's a damn shame.
Yeah, Alexander Nibby. See, they don't think that people go to the damn library, right? See, I listen. I can just take one bus and be at the library, right? And I'm next to one of the most important two libraries of the world on Nile Valley, right? So that's the Metropolitan and then the Brooklyn. I haven't been to the Brooklyn library yet because I can get most things in the Met, right? But they actually think that if you go, it's like the same thing as when I went to with the Cinema sets. Uh, remember we had this big absence of Diop and them had used the word Kemet from Sinwarset, right, with the people glyph. Nobody knew how to get that. You know that, right? Nobody knew where it was, right? So I went there and I got the whole thing and I gave it to the community. Nobody, only thing that we ever saw was the Kemet with the people glyph, but we never seen the text associated with it. So then I went to get it, and okay, and so I gave the other team, the link to where it was, as I gave our team, and then they started taking that and giving it to the Egyptologists who if you look real closely, they never went over, they never knew about it. They never examined it. That wasn't their work. They might be Egyptologists, but they're not experts on that word. So you smile when you see Smash talk to them and they're like quickly
Flustered.
yeah, no, well, they're quickly.
When the kind of scene, the interview I seen, it was like, oh, I never seen this before. Like, how you ain't never seen it? But then, at first I thought it was being disingenuous. But then, like you said, we went over this word so much, the community almost is more experienced on this topic than they are.
Yeah, and so they're reading text. It's so funny. They're reading, you could see some of them trying to read the text that Smash is putting up for the first time. And they're like, what am I gonna say about this? Like I gotta be politically correct, right? What am I gonna say about this? And in real time, right?
Right.
And you know that they haven't really
Yeah,
analyzed.
because look, Reggie, he was reading everything. Then I put Happy Kim up there. Then soon as he couldn't say, he was like, I never seen it. I never seen it. Blah, put it right on the screen. And he didn't want to read it, bruh. Even though it say something as simple as Happy Kim, bruh.
Yeah. And then this whole thing, yeah, when we're dealing with Niak, yeah, Happy Kim and that family, that whole period of the intermediate period, right? They don't want to deal with the personal names. They didn't want to. They don't want to deal with the personal names.
Yeah, they said that's what he said. He said my personal names are in my expertise or something like that. That's how he backed up out of that door.
Yeah. And then we got Akua. We got the text from Akua that where Kim, watch this, where Kim is the God that you praise, right? They're not mentioning Asar, they're mentioning Kim, right? They're like, I gotta get out of here, right? Oh, that's Asar. No, you can't do that to me because Asar's not mentioned in the text. Asar's not mentioned in the text. So how you thinking for them? We have the text, right? So just deal with the evidence that's there. Why are you trying to do precepts upon precepts like the Hebrews, right? You can't, if the text don't mention or saw, they're talking about Kim. That's that. You don't get to do that.
Now, see, they can't do that to you or Smash. They could do that to somebody else that's just interviewing them that don't know what the hell is going on.
Who can't read the meta-mention?
Right. And see, that's what I don't like about that interview, the interviews that they've done, because, you know, they went behind, or they, well, seemingly the person that Smash had interviewed, they followed behind him, and then he seemingly tried to change his position with them, but they don't read the text. And I wish he would have done that when he was with Smash, so we could have seen how that would have went. You see what I'm saying? That would have been out of control. If you, I don't know how he tried, but he was kind of backpedaling with them, saying that ain't really what he meant. And you know, they kind of took that. But you know what I'm saying? They just, you know, I was
I mean, well, you know, they kind of pitted him into trying to change up, but he still stood on what he was saying originally, but then they put words in his mouth that we never said. We simply said that they not cardinal points, and he said that each of the cattle was synonymous with, you know, different ethnic groups. But they tried to say, so did you say that the cattle was different races? And I'm like, bruh, come on.
And he said, I wish I wouldn't have said that. Like,
Well,
I said it like that.
He should know better, because I went and I got the expert on there's a chest, and then there is this and then there is the cows. And I went and got the text from the expert who broke it down, right? And so the cardinal points deal with the chest. It does not deal with the cows at all, right? The cows have a whole nother actual meaning. Doesn't it's connected to some of the things that we say, but it's actually just it has to do driving the calves.
But we know better than them too, because we know that the people are synonymous with cattle. Like, I mean,
you brought that to us, so we ain't trying to hear what they talking about.
We already know.
Ain't no need to be studying around now. That humans are synonymous with cattle. That's what it is.
And we got the supreme understanding on that, even over the Egyptologists. He was fumbling and bumbling.
Yeah, we ain't even doing that no more. That's what it is. If they don't like it, that's too bad, Brother Reg. You already done told us that's what it is. You brought up primary documentation to show improvement.
And we can prove it. They just going off shit they don't put no sources on the screen. Like last night, who was that? Who was that? King J who challenged you about the synonymous with the cattle last night or yesterday or whenever? And it was right on the screen. Old whore or whatever.
What Netcher?
Yeah, who was that who had just did that the other day? I'd be like, cats just don't want to believe. But it is a late night show. I was gonna try to let it go till 12. I mean, but I'm like, man, I could get me some sleep and wake up and get some work in the morning.
Man, but if you go live, man, please don't wake up. Slow down. Yeah, if you can, you know what I'm saying? At least give me the 12 Central.
Oh yeah, you like let you get to next.
I get moving around about 12.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick a time to start going live and be more
when fall
consistent.
time get here, I'm pretty sure we'll be in a better
exactly. Be more consistent, and I think it might be, about 2 or 3 o'clock my time. Maybe.
Yeah, 5. But I'm gonna try, man. I know I've been saying, but I'm gonna try to put something together, man, because I got a whole bunch of information that I need to really put it together so we can have something to do this fall. So I'm gonna be working on that on my own. That's just a little something I'm dropping probably sometime this fall, man.
Well, I'm looking forward to that.
Right on.
We need more presentations. What's up with your next presentation, Reggie?
No, I'm just doing I got some people to beat up down the road to not necessarily on the Nile Valley. So I'm not you're doing such a great job on the Nile Valley. I work with on Sinetta show, so I end up just dealing with just Hebrew Mirage BS. They try to do to me. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. This I think will help people. These people going, oh my God, there's no beginning and end for my God,
What?
right? I'm listening to stuff like that, right? And so we do exercises here on our channel of thought, right? And analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So the person is talking about my God doesn't have no beginning and no end. And I'm like, yes, your God does. Your God has a beginning and an end. Your gods are Canaanite gods. And the minute that people started worshiping, that's the beginning of the God, because before that, nobody knew about your God and your God's thinking, right? And then
Exactly.
they started putting scribble scrabble on it, and the scribble scrabble got better over the years. That's when your God was born. And so, about the end of your God, when you die, that's the end of your God. Your God has an ending. So we have many so-called gods, monotheistic gods that have died, right? The gods die all the time when people start worshiping them, right?
Unless people think cats still worshiping Zeus or something.
Man, y'all ever seen that movie they had out called American Gods? Have y'all ever
Zeus,
seen it?
Zeus is dead though. What's the American
Man,
God?
that's a man. Y'all need to see that movie, right? I mean, it's a series. It's called American Gods. Look it up. Man, it's exactly what Brother Reggie said. It's about the gods of old fighting the new gods. The new gods are the computers, porn, all kinds of wild money. That's the new gods. The old gods was Woden, the Egyptian gods, the Hebrew gods, and they're fighting. And they made it into a movie. Man, this deep. Y'all need to
What's
check
the
that
name of
out.
the movie?
American Gods.
I'm gonna
So
check it out.
see, everybody brought their gods to America, right? The African gods are represented by the Egyptians. I gotta see that shit was cold, bro. They took it off the air, but man, the African they had Ampu. Who else did they have?
Yeah,
They
but
had
but but these so-called the Egyptian concepts are not gods. They made them gods.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
are
yeah.
aspects of nature,
right,
right?
yeah, I
and
got that.
and aspects of the universe. They're not gods, but the European couldn't conceive that, and so the minute that they made them gods, they put them in
Yeah, that category.
that category. So we have to know that they see, like the Arabs, they don't use netters, they use gods, right? So we got them. You don't understand that your Arab mind does not understand your Arab mind does not understand how these Africans thought, because you're a different people. You don't understand how they think. They're not gods. They're
Right.
they're aspects of nature that they have classified, right? So they classify nature in the context of of what they call natures, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
And so we beat up, but they never thought that we would be able to. So everybody is now trying to increase their skill on the meta nature. But when I found Smash, I knew Dr. The only people that I knew that was really great in the meta nature was Dr. Dr. Ricchetti, uh uh Infedici, but they were all out of our generation. And I tried to search for someone who could read the glyphs as I was getting back into it, right? And then here's this dude Smash Rockwell all the way in California, and I'm like, let me see if I can holler at him, and and uh and he stole it. He stole the show. The second part, the first part of this, well, there was Shaka Amos part,
Yeah,
right?
Shaka did good.
Yeah, but yeah, he did good because they were just so ignorant on that, right? His whole presentation was about his hair, right?
Yeah.
At that time, right? And he just murdered them. But our part was you know, dealing with the timeline of the Exodus, and dealing with all their conceptions, them trying to prove the Exodus, and we beat them up. But the third part was when Smash got up there, and Smash brought the whole he bought a whole goddamn facsimile, right? And they was already beat up because Polite had went to Egypt, right? And me and Smash worked on that. People don't know. We was talking to him when he was there, right? When he actually pictures, right?
Man, he didn't know how to read nothing. He was sending back pictures talking about what this say. And that's when I was thinking, can't you read it? Because y'all know we found out on the spot that he really didn't know nothing that he was saying he was knowing.
But you know what? I knew that because when he first showed up on the scene, he said he didn't even know who Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben was.
Who said, when did, we couldn't have said that.
That's what he said, bro. You know, I wouldn't say this if I didn't hear him say it myself.
Look,
He said that he didn't even know who either Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark was. I thought that was amazing. So I put that in my mental memory bank. I was like,
you know what? I took this damn Benadryl. I'm about to start snoring on the show. We keep going. I'm just about to.
No. We can end the show. We'll catch up tomorrow.
The old Polite.
Let me tell you something. The old Polite. The old Polite. He was a very, very good reader, right? And the new Polite is another story. But
we can't even be doing this right now, Brother Reggie. No,
here go the question is, you trying to say he didn't know about Dr. Ben when he was a New Wapian, bro?
He didn't know, bro.
You had to know about it.
Man, you got to think about this, Smash. That dude is a lot younger. And when he said that he didn't never meet Dr. York.
Oh, okay.
He probably wasn't even never on the land, bro.
Yeah, all right. We're going to do a whole show.
You know, a lot of people that we like to look at what's going on right today. A lot of people who we thought they was turned out to not be who they was, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then with this puppy stuff going on, I think Cat, I don't know how.
Yo, he wasn't even deep.
I don't know how Cat Williams was so right, bro, but he was right. Also, the last thing I'm gonna leave y'all with, if y'all ain't got nothing to watch, I'm not. I'm telling y'all, I'm not a fan of Candace Williams, but she cooking right now. So if y'all ain't watched her video for today on Kama's family and all the stuff that they undressed, I think y'all should watch it. Cause you think it was whack? You think it was whack, Reggie?
She talking about missing babies, switching babies.
You think that's fake? You think she's just conspiracy? Well, she got to kind of some of the same conclusions that not Gorilla Hebrew, but that Mighty Hebrew came to on Sinetta was showing some of the same people. And she's showing documents, bro. So she identified a baby with Kamala Harris' daddy name that died in the same year. Man, they switching people up, bro.
You can't. I don't care how much Benadryl
you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it,
James.
You
gotta wait. Hold up. I don't care how much Benadryl you gotta take. You gotta drink a soda because I'm gonna show you something, right?
All right, what's that?
So, because I was working on this presentation, I can't do it. I have to do it maybe tomorrow. So give me a second to kind of pull up my PowerPoint. Right. I can't believe you went.
I'm falling.
Look at you, what I said, man.
Hey, you gotta watch it now. Watch it, James. You're gonna say, okay,
so she back on YouTube, her show back on?
Yeah. She got two was about Kamala Harris' family. But let's see if Reggie defended Kamala.
Okay.
Reggie defended Kamala's
she's
blackness.
Doing, of course, because what she's doing is switching babies on you, right? I mean, to say that she's not black, let me just show y'all that, right? So wait, it's not there. I'm almost there. It's just my PowerPoint freezes when I'm moving it to another screen. So there it goes. So here it goes. So let me go to let me blow this up.
We can't see it, Brother Reggie, if you show.
I know. Come on, relax.
I'm just saying. I just want
the time that it takes me to do this, right? Y'all, you get thirsty and stuff. I'm like, give me a second.
Okay, Reggie take 3 minutes to share the screen. You know that his shit gotta warm up.
Yeah, Dang. Okay, so here it goes right here. Share screen. And let me move this out of the way. All right. So let me put you on some game when it comes on. All right.
I can't
Uh
wait to see you defend Kamala, the prosecutor. I'm not against her, but I'm just trying to see. Okay, let me see what you're doing. Oh no, you messed up.
Wow,
She
he
beat
went
all
deep.
Reggie.
Yo, that was deep.
No, she beat all this up.
Holy
Reggie, go
smokes.
ahead, go ahead. You gotta watch her newest video.
Let me see
okay.
this shit.
There
Hold
go
on.
Beryl
Reggie went through the
Harris. Okay.
chronology with the
No,
DNA and
but see, he
everything.
messing it up, Reggie.
No,
Because
I'm
This
guess
not.
Reggie
what?
worked. Reggie did this.
They found another barrel though. See, you ain't watched her latest video, huh?
No.
So
Okay,
look,
so
that lady in that picture died before Kamala was born. How about that?
You got to
okay,
be shit.
but
Look,
see,
look,
You hold up. You
look. It's
saying
on
that's
your look. Let me
Photoshop?
look.
Hold up.
This is
You
hold on,
hold up. You
James. Be
saying that's
quiet. Be quiet.
Photoshop right
Hold
there?
on, hold on. It's right on Reggie's slide, and he ain't even noticed it. Look,
no,
Beryl Harris, 1921 to 1960. Kamala Harris,
look, you see right
1964.
here.
No, that say she died
Look,
in
you see right here.
1990 right there,
Photo.
bro.
Bro, you not
Beryl,
looking. That
no,
you
stop
looking at
talking.
y'all looking at the wrong
Stop
thing.
talking. Right there. Give me a break. I already said over here, Barrow's deceased date is disputed. Did I not say that?
But that
Right?
don't matter because you got right. Look, scroll to your left a little bit. Death. Read what you got right there for death.
Damn,
1960.
that's crazy,
Thank
homie.
you. Now, when was Kamala Harris born? 1964. So how could she be standing
But,
next to
but
a
I
lady
don't.
who died in 1960?
But this is what I said. I merely said, okay, well, Barrow's deceased date is disputed.
How could you be saying her deceased date is disputed when it's not disputed? It's right
It's
there on
right
the
there on the
document.
screen.
That's what
Oh
I'm
no,
saying.
that's because I actually tried.
You trying to
You
make her
can't do
black.
that,
You
Reggie.
trying to
tried.
make her black.
If that's real, it's
No, no,
over.
now we're trying to make her black. Listen, check this out. Let me explain something to you, right? Why don't you just take a deep breath, right? Instead of trying to knock me. If you're gonna just knock me, just tell me I'll take it down. I'll just do it on another
No,
show.
we try to see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Right? So here it goes right here. Kamala Harris's father's Donald Harris. So the first thing I had to do is destroy Mighty Hebrew and Nepal and the rest of them. Donald Harris. Okay, we're not going to deal with the father side. We're going to deal with the mother side. Okay, so then we find ourselves on Beryl Harris, right? We have a date on Beryl Harris. Then we look at Beryl Harris's father, Finnegan, right? And the mother. Okay, so then we start plugging in names. So Patrick Finnegan, the father is Mary Finnegan. The father is Patrick Finnegan, and the mother is Mary Finnegan Watson. Okay, those are white people. Those are white people. Now we go to Iris Finnegan. The father is John Allen, and the mother is Joanna McCook. Right? Interesting. So now what happens is, so now you do have a white man with a woman. So then we go to the McCook side, which is the female side, which we're interested in. And then we find out that the father is Peter Moses, right? And then the wife is unknown. So there's an unknown. Then there is a Peter Moses. The father is Charles Moses, right? And the wife is unknown, right? So now, if there are unknowns here, right, from Charles Moses and Peter Moses as to who they are to produce Joanna McCook, how could we say one way or another that she is not black because there's an unknown?
Well, let me ask you some simple
Wait,
questions.
hold
Hold
up.
on. Or go ahead.
Yo,
Even
man,
though
hold
I
up.
started before you, then you
gotta
start.
ask a
Whoa,
couple
whoa, whoa, whoa,
questions here.
whoa. One in the middle of me saying, let me ask you a question. So just wait till I finish. Look, right on your thing, her name is Beryl Harris. Can I ask you how she got that last name?
Oh, from another marriage.
From
So
where at? Where's the marriage in that on this chart?
why? But So here's so no, I love it. I love it. I mean, I actually love it because then because then I get to do my best work with my friends. So the question is, how do we know this? So the way that we know this is that we go
You
to
changed the question. The question is, how did Beryl Harris get the last name Harris?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you, but I'm going to show you with data because you're my friend, right? So let me stop sharing and put the genealogy up. Because see, my problem is if you dealing with the switcher babies, that's conjecture, right?
She got a good, but I'm just listening to both arguments. You trying to get me to believe somebody standing next to somebody who died 4 years before him. And you said the photo was in discrepancy. I'm like, come on, bro. Her death date is in discrepancy. Her death date is right on the thing in
I'm
1960.
saying I don't know who that woman is.
That's so. Candace found some documentation to show that she was the help. Beryl Finnegan was the help.
Well, why the hell is she
Oh,
in
no,
the
no.
picture? Well, hold
So
up, but if
that's
she
why-
hold on, but if she died before this woman was born, why is she full grown in the picture standing next to her? And where did that picture come from?
But then you see where I said the photo.
No, I'm not. I'm asking all
That's
the
what
questions
they were
about
saying.
this.
That
What
that's
I'm talking
not
about.
that's supposedly not really the woman Beryl.
Okay.
That's what they say. Go ahead, Reggie.
So with her, right? So we go into a genealogical database before they take it down. So we're going to go
We're
to
not looking. We can't see yet.
oh. I mean, y'all be ready to shoot me down like the daggone.
No, we just happened,
You know what
Reggie.
happened? We started talking about something and didn't know you had a presentation defending her as a black woman. No one knew this.
Yeah. So daughter of, okay, so here's Donald Jasper Harris, right? Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go to the mother side. So he's the son of Oscar Joseph Brown, right? And Beryl Madeline Harris.
So hold on. So see, this is the part that when they start faking. Now click that.
That's that woman right there.
All right, so let's just slow down. Now let's listen to what they're telling us.
Don't get caught up with the picture.
But listen to what they're telling us. They're saying Kamala, that's Kamala mama, or that's Kamala grandmama.
No. Okay, yo, you know what? I do it on the dummy channels because the smart channel won't even let me finish.
Come on, bro.
Right? I'm trying to simply show you, right? When you're doing research, right? Okay, you click on the genealogical database. Then you go down to Beryl. You go down to who is the she's a daughter of Philip Finnegan and Aura Miss Iris Finnegan. Forget the pictures because the pictures could be a mistake. Let's go to Iris Finnegan. Forget the pictures. Let's just look to see how much data we can find with the data. I know you like pictures. So now she's the daughter of John Allen and Joseph Elizabeth McCook. There's Joseph Elizabeth Cook, right? Let's just do this. This is still on the mother side, right? This is the father's mother side. And then let's go to, so now we're in 1868. 1868 is a very interesting period, right? For a number of reasons, but let's go. So she is the, let me see, she's the mother of Aura Iris Finnegan, which we're looking at right now, right? But what we want to do is she's the daughter of Peter Moses. So let's go to.
You ain't showing us nothing because you don't say they race on there, and you say don't look at the pictures. So what are we learning from this?
Okay, well, what you're learning, what we're trying to do is first establish who the people are by genealogy, right? Whether or not they say babies are switched or anything.
But you doing the biggest bait and switch everywhere because at the beginning of this conversation, we got a gleaming red flag. See, you saying ignore the pictures, but that photo is in Kamala Harris's book saying this is me standing next to my grandmama. So you can't ignore that. Now we
No, but
find
she made anybody can make a mistake. She
you're
didn't
not
make.
gonna make a mistake saying you standing next to your grandmama, bro.
Man, then
Come
hold
on
up,
with
Smash.
that.
Wait a minute. It's in her book?
Yes. In Kamala Harris's book, saying this is me standing to my next to my grandmama Burrow. When we look up,
This is like the black bull again, because
Holy
this
smoke.
is like the black bull again. I introduced the black bull. I'm trying to give you a reason. I'm trying to give you the damn tool to show you outside of that what the data says.
bruh,
Right?
why we need to do that when Kamala Harris was born in 1964 and Barrow died in 1960? Like, I don't need to go past that.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you need to do that. Because people make mistakes.
So I'm gonna make a mistake about a picture of me standing with my grandmama.
You cut me off.
No, I'm not. You said people made mistakes, and then I interjected.
Okay, then you interjected means cut me off. My point as a researcher, right, is how I do my work. I will go and find where you get all the data, right? And I will narrow the data down to people, right? Not pictures. Kamala Harris, she might have made a mistake, right? How she might have made a mistake, but let's just say that she let's follow the data to see what the data says. You're focusing on if I start asking everybody on this panel who's their great grandparents, I'm gonna hear hamina 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 hamina. You don't know until you do the genealogy.
You're 100% right, but if I had the privilege of standing next to one of my great grandparents, hugging them and taking a picture, I'd never make that mistake.
But that's fine, because what I'm doing is I'm verifying the names based on the genealogy, right? So when I get things like son of Charles Moses, right? Son of Charles Moses, I'm getting the data. I don't
Hey,
care.
Reggie, if we was in the FBI, they'd have been told you to go have some coffee, bro. Because we clearly have an anomaly that you trying to get us to overlook.
I worked in the law office, in a public defender
I know,
office.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if we was at the FBI trying to investigate something and you was willing to overlook that the woman in the picture died in 1960 and Kamala was born in 1964, you'd have to go take a breath of fresh air, bro.
No, I actually, the difference between you and me is that in this case, I am actually following the data with the names. So I'm disregarding what she said because she made.
Honestly, you're not following the data.
Hold on,
the
hold on,
data
man. I
says
gotta hear
one
this.
died,
I'm
and it's an
interested.
impossible. Reggie, you're not following the data. The data says the elder lady died before Kamala was born. That's
It
what the
said
data.
on this website right
Exactly.
here.
So how are you proposing like you following the data right now? You
because
ignoring
I
the
need-
data in order to
No,
make your point. In
no,
order to make your point.
you caught. Wait, first of all, let me, because you're my friend. So I would say it like this: your source is what Candace Owens said.
No,
My
it's
source,
on your slide.
no, it's on my slide. There's more on my slide. My
I
slide.
know, but we need to just point to the anomaly, Reggie, on the slide. The anomaly is that how could she be in a picture with her grandma if her grandmama died, bro, in 1960? That's all. Now, I'm willing to say, yeah, that could have been you. Oh, I thought that was my grandmama, that was my auntie. But you can't act like we ain't pointing to something that's a solid anomaly, bro.
Okay, you're focused on that, and I'm focused on a genealogy that says that okay, she got it wrong. I'm focusing on who is the son, right? John Jasper Harris is the son of Oscar Brown
Let's
and
see who.
Beryl.
Okay, so hold up. To stay on Oscar Brown right there. That's a white man, ain't
No, Oscar Brown. No, he's mixed.
he? Hold on. Who the hell is that?
He
Oh,
mixed.
hell no.
That's
He
from
said
the
he
Hold
mixed.
on, he mixed right there. Go, let me show you. If you saying this white dude
I'm
right
not saying
here,
he's mixed with.
Oh
I'm not
no,
saying
Reggie,
he's
you
mixed with
tripping
black.
tonight,
I
Reggie.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. But I'm saying
Please tell me you didn't say that.
I didn't say he's mixed with black. I did not say that.
Okay, okay,
Y'all,
Reggie.
all right, but
going to
all right.
the
Okay.
going to the other
When we in
stop
America,
sharing.
Reggie. When you say
I go
mix,
to the
that's all the
genealogical
type of mix you
database,
know.
and y'all worrying about what some damn Candace Owens has to say.
Kansas Owens showed more documentation than you, quite
No, she did
Yo,
respectfully.
not.
what's the name of this? I gotta
Yeah,
go
she's
see this
showing
shit.
birth
I'm finna
certificates,
hang
bro.
up. I gotta go see
No,
this
we can
shit now.
start
This
watching
is
it right
crazy.
now. We can all
Yo,
watch
you
it.
crazy. This is crazy.
But I'm
Y'all,
just,
y'all,
but let's borrow what Candace Owens showed. I looked at your presentation and said, you have a death
you
date.
cut me off. You didn't cut her off.
Now he's
You
just making up
cut
this
me off.
cut me off stuff.
You cut me off. You wouldn't even let me talk. I actually showed you that I see the discrepancy. So the reason why I went to the reason why I went to the genealogical database is because I saw the discrepancy.
Okay.
I saw the discrepancy, but I wanted to see from the genealogical database who's who.
Word.
I thought that that's the way we do it.
No, you messing
I thought
up.
that that's the way we do it. The happy with neon neon Kim. I thought that that's Kim Henny the red and Henny the black. I thought that that's how we do it.
Yeah, but guess what we do when we go to Henry the Black? We read the text and see what it say.
Okay, so I'm reading a genealogical database. I thought that that's
No.
how we do it.
Yeah, we did. And we compared Kamala to Beryl, and there's no way she could ever be standing next to a person who died 4 years before she was born.
I don't
She was a
disagree,
full grown woman.
but I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Okay. What I and when I disagree, because don't disagree with that, I go to the genealogical database, right? And I go to see, well, what does the database say people's parents and mothers parents are? But you wanna exclude that from me. You got your own opinion based
No,
on.
you
I don't
simply
know
not
what that is
acknowledging
right
the
there you
not.
went to, Reggie.
Listen, hold on. I'm tired of people acting like I'm doing something. You doing something, Reggie. Listen, this is what you're doing, and I'm gonna detail it. You see clearly that the data say there's no possibility that they can ever take a picture together. There's no possibility. But you got the picture in your presentation, and you just want to put
It's
a
disputed.
side, put it in
Did
quotes.
I say or did I say? Did I show you on my slide that it said it was disputed? So I see a problem there. So what do you do now when you see a problem? You wait for goddamn Candace Owens to tell you what it is, or you
No,
do
No,
you verify the photo, and the photo
no, you
is
don't verify
verified by
the photo.
Kamala Harris. It's in
No,
her book.
I
See?
don't care about her book.
So you going to bat for somebody who would ultimately lose in front of an honest jury because there's no way that this picture you put in your book could be you standing next to your grandma who died 4 years before you, and you like 17 in the photo.
And what I am saying is that people make mistakes. I will say that, well, let's go and analyze the data from the database. And let's see what does the database confirm, not photos, right? Not photos. Let's not look at that. Let's just look at the family line. That's all. And I think that that's a good method to do because people make mistakes. A lot of people think that people's dads are their dads. That's not
Okay. So
necessarily.
let me. I'm trying to get some clarity here. So you saying basically that she made a mistake, or that photo is a mistake, and that photo should not even be there, associated with that name of that person, right? So that's not even her grandmother. That's just somebody that died in 1960, and we don't know who her grandmother is.
That's right. So we go actually to the data and look at the names, right? Because
she, for whatever reason, made a mistake. But I don't need that picture. What I need is the data, right?
So do you think that name is the correct name?
Oh yeah, the name from the database is the correct name.
But so even if the name is correct, is that her grandmother?
Um, the photo
No, I'm
is,
not talking about the photo now. I'm talking about that name that's associated with that photo. Is
yeah,
that her grandmother? The person,
I showed you
what
from
does it start with, a B? What was her name?
Pharaoh. I showed you
Okay.
from the database. I showed you what you want to do is you want an objective evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is that how do you do it? You go to objective source, right? Not a subjective source, an objective source to find out who are the names in her family line. And I put those names in the family line from the objective source.
So
So
let me say something real quick, because we keep losing the whole. She trying to say she black, right? So when you take away the picture of a black woman and say, let's just look at the names, that's completely to avoid everything we trying to pinpoint. She used a picture of her just standing next to a black lady, said it was her grandmama, and then when you look at the dates, it don't match, so that it couldn't be that. Now, if we want to approach it and look at the data and make it all colorless, how will you ever get to the bottom of the situation?
Simply, there's another step that I just think that this panel is too tainted, and I respect myself and I respect my skills. So the first thing that I freaking would do, right, is I would go to a freaking database instead of looking at Candace Owens to try to verify
But
what.
respectfully, Reggie, you said that before. I just looked at what you showed. Do you remember?
Yes.
That's your honest research. So you saying I shouldn't consider what you're showing either?
No, if you looked at what I showed, I obviously seen that there was a problem. So and I noted it in my work. So then what I do is I go to a database.
Mm.
I go to a database to begin to verify the names, right? That's what I do.
But hold on, Reggie. Everybody identified the problem.
What is okay? I'm gonna say it this way because you're my
I mean,
friend.
I'm just being real. Candace
I'm gonna
Owens, me,
be
you,
I'm
and
gonna be
Smash. It's a
I
problem
know,
right
that's
here.
what I'm saying. It ain't nobody. Stop
It don't
saying let
matter
him
if
finish
Candace
before you
agree with
get
us or
blocked,
not.
bro. I'm tired of this nigga saying let him finish. I'm the motherfucker getting cut off the most. Reggie been talking all night.
Yeah, let me mute that.
I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to Gaddafi.
No, I understand. Okay, let me ask you, what evidence, what you watched the video, right? You watched the video of Candace Owens, right? Did Candace Owens, um, um, she said that there were some discrepancies. I see that there's some discrepancies. She goes and she gets primary records. She says people are switched, right? But on the genealogy database, it actually gives me the names. So I go and I go look at the names, and the names match up. The photos don't match up, right? So I have more to say about history because um, there are very good papers that talk about, well, I'm not even going to say it on the show. I'll say it on my own show. What I will say is, okay, so Candace Owens is saying that people were switched, right? And she's doing that to say that on her father's mother's side, right, the data that she showed still does not make Kamala not black.
Hold on, if I could get a word in, because I don't even know if she implied that babies will switch, but what she showed was data. She showed some data that there was another person with her dad's name that died 3 years prior to that. She showed that. So,
okay, so no,
go
let's
ahead,
now
go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you. No, let's go see what Candace Owens says. Come
I'll
on.
pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
Peace to the
Peace. How you doing?
Well, my thing is, I mean, without
As
even
far
bringing
as
Candace
the,
Owens
a
into
name, an
the
ancient
fray
Egyptian
here, that Genie website that you shared had the same date for the death of that
Exactly.
person, for the death of the person. If we took the picture out, I was trying to figure out if that was still her grandmother. Would you still say? You said yes. So irregardless of what the picture was, she died before, based on the date that was on that associated with that person, irregardless of the picture, she died in 1960. So there's no way, even if we take the picture out of it, that whoever that person is could have been her grandmother. Probably based on the date, I'm thinking. Like something ain't right with that.
On the documents that you create databases on, sometimes there are not. Let's listen to what Candace Owens says.
Right.
No, so Yurik is making a silly point in the chat. He said, how many other Jonathan Owens are there in the world that have the same name? That was born in my same year at the same hospital? See, you have to put all of the equations in there that she brought out. But let's look and see what she says actually.
Stop everything,
Can y'all hear
because
that?
this is officially the only podcast that you need to listen to today. Yesterday, I received an email from a woman all the way in New Zealand who decided to turn into Sherlock Holmes and fully dedicate herself to investigating Kamala Harris and all of these missing documents and all of these questions.
Sorry,
and what she uncovered is potentially so.
What you
I'm trying.
Pardon me? Can everybody hear it clear?
Yeah, I could hear it. I could hear it loud and clear.
All right.
No, I think Reggie was trying to get you to stop the video.
Oh, I stopped it.
No, what I was trying to say is I apologize. I clicked on something and my computer's slow.
Oh, it's all good. No, you good. All right, let's listen to the claims being made here, and we're going to pause them and address them one by one.
So shocking and so alarming that we can officially close the $1,000 bounty because she's earned it. I mean, she's going to receive the full 1K. Because this is now getting dark and twisted, and my suspicions about Kamala Harris potentially pretending that the help was her family maybe have been confirmed. I'm going to let you guys judge. Don't want to get way ahead of myself, but do not go away, and welcome back to Candace.
All right, let's see. Come on.
Because I want to jump right into this. Basically, someone came for Janet Jackson, and I answered the door. It was a discrepancy that was in Kamala's book. A woman that she said was her grandmother named Beryl.
I'm stopping right there.
And her grandmother Beryl.
So this is in her book. She's standing next to Beryl, supposedly, right there.
Here it is, visiting my paternal grandmother Beryl in Jamaica. And then I did just a brief search online and found out that Beryl allegedly died 4 years before Kamala was born. So that's a major red flag. Then I had a little bit of a gut instinct. The photos that were being presented of Kamala and her grandparents, great-grandmother and Beryl, I just felt that the women, or the woman, because I think they look remarkably alike, I just feel that maybe this woman was the help. And I'm not saying that because she's black. I'm not racist against black people. I am black. I'm saying this because there's just a lack of emotion there. Like, I don't know if it's just my grandparents, but when they're with you, they're like super cuddly and cute. And this woman's just kind of very serious each time that she's being featured here. So anyways, what happened was we sourced Beryl's birth certificate. And then my instinct got a little bit stronger because her name was spelled differently in the birth certificate, right? So you see that it says Beryl spelled B-E-R-I-L, Magdalene. And we know for a fact, by the way, so people that are submitting other birth certificates, this is definitively the correct birth certificate because it says Iris Finnegan. And we know based on Kamala and Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris, that Iris Finnegan is the mother of Beryl. And then we see that her name changes, the spelling of her name changes, rather, by the time that we looked at her marriage certificate. Suddenly you can see that the marriage certificate has her name being spelled with a Y. Now that to me signaled that maybe she definitely is the help, and I'll tell you why. So my grandfather, before he passed away, maybe like 10 years before he passed away, I got kind of obsessed.
Yurik asks, how long has the baby switching plot to put Kamala in been in the works or whatever? I don't know, but I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm just simply looking at what's being presented, and people want me to ignore that she says she's standing next to somebody who died 4 years before her. Let me know y'all lightweight crazy and don't got the best judgment. I don't want to be in no situation with somebody who want to overlook some shit that's so outrageous.
I'm Jamaican. Let me say something. I'm the only Jamaican in here. So let me explain something culturally.
It's not about being Jamaican. It's not about being Jamaican.
But let me really explain something culturally
it's
to
not
you.
About hold on, sweet.
All right, go ahead. Let me come.
I'm half Caribbean also, bro. But it's not about that. What it is about when she won her first seat, and all those media pundits came out and claimed that she was the first Asian American. She never correct nobody until now. She ain't come black until now. And that's what Donald Trump and everybody else was saying. And that's the problem. Not her heritage or her real background. The problem is her saying that she didn't correct them when they said that she was Asian.
Okay. Because you're going on. So when you're on a tangent. We're talking about our race.
No. Stop. Now you misrepresent the conversation. It's not a tangent. It's facts. That's exactly what happened. And let's deal with the facts instead of dealing with social dogma, because that's what we're dealing with right now. We're not dealing with facts. We're dealing with social dogma. But go ahead.
Big up, Reggie. Long time to hear from you. Respect. Enough respect, Reggie. I hope you're still on.
Yeah, you did.
All right. Okay. Let's first address one step back before we go to the grandmother. All right, we'll go. No, all right, let me not address Donald Harris yet. Let me go to our grandmother. Misspelling of name in Jamaica on birth certificate don't mean anything.
Yeah, that ain't nothing.
Because if you go to Jamaica, you know, people, especially in large families, most persons who born before 1955 were born, especially in the rural areas, were born at home. And oftentimes, somebody went to the registered office to register the child. They couldn't spell the name, so you'll have a family, like my mother family, as easy as the last name is Elvy from Clarendon, E-L-V-Y.
Now we get you, the majority of black people was illiterate at the time, and we could look through all of our documents and see a lot of our elders' names spelled in different ways because we were sounding stuff out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so but she didn't make a big deal out of that. I want to get to some of the things that we want to see, whether there's meat on the bones, whether Candace is making this up, or whether she's showing documentation.
With trying to find all of these documents pertaining to his life, because I realized like that's my ancestry, and I was having a ton of trouble mining his grandmother's information because on each document her name was spelled differently, as well as other people in the family. And I was like, Granddad, why is everyone's name spelled differently depending on the document? Like, this is very confusing. Why is it sometimes spelled Liza versus Eliza versus like Lizbeth? That was his grandmother's name. And he explained to me that they didn't know how to read and write. So you forget this. You forget that you had a world the majority of people couldn't read and write, especially if you were not considered like a high-class person. My grandfather grew up on a sharecropping farm. And so what that meant was even if you had a name, if you couldn't read and write, you were going up to the register, whether it was for birth, whatever it was, and you were just telling somebody the name. You weren't saying like, hi, it's Candace, C-A-N-D-A-C-E. You're just saying Candace, and one person might spell it C-A-N-D-I-S. Somebody might spell it C-A-N-D-I-C-E. If you do not know how to read and write, you don't recognize these discrepancies. So that actually, I thought, was a good thing in terms of like my idea that this woman could have potentially just been the help, maybe like on my scent. But I didn't want to be too convinced. Obviously, you know, I lean into the conspiracy mindset because we've been lied to so many times. But like I said, we did find that marriage certificate between Beryl and Lawford Newland, which was in July of 1944. And I want to be clear, guys, we know for a fact this is the correct Beryl. So we're not confused here and looking for more documentation when it comes to the birth or the marriage because the correct parents are listed. You can see Patrick Finnegan is listed.
So is anybody got any objections? Is she doing it wrong? Like, is she not showing sources? Like,
Hold up.
Or do we just hate her because what she said about some other shit?
Now with the Newland off in the other chronology that we was looking at earlier, because I don't know if I heard nothing about no Newland.
So she's showing that Beryl Finnegan got
married
married
somebody
to
else
another
named
man.
Newland.
Now she about to start breaking it down, but just tell me when it gets to the part where we need to say because she's Candace, we shouldn't be listening.
Listed.
No, continue.
So we know that Beryl's parents are Iris Finnegan and Patrick Finnegan. So that is the correct parent, the correct marriage certificate. But we had no idea who Lawford Newland was. We had no idea that Beryl had allegedly been married after she birthed Donald Harris. That would be Kamala Harris's father. Thought that was like quite strange. She would have been 6 years old in 1944. Donald Harris was born in 1938. So this means that she got married to this guy, Lawford Newland, and she had a 6-year-old. So I thought that was quite strange. I couldn't find anything on Lawford Newland, but somebody on the team was able to determine that he arrived on a ship to New Orleans. He arrived in New Orleans, from Jamaica in May of 1943. So we're showing you here the ship manifest, and Lawford Newland is on the ship. And he is listed as, he's listed as a Negro. He's Black. It says his marital status is single. That would be correct because this would have been a trip the year before he got married to Beryl. So quite strangely, he went to New Orleans, and then I guess he at some point had to have gone back just a year later to get married. We still have not been able to locate the relevant marriage certificate between Oscar Harris. Now that's, again, Kamala's dad. His father is Oscar Harris. We cannot find that marriage between Kamala's grandfather and Beryl. So that's like a huge question mark there, right? Like, where is that marriage certificate if you guys find?
So they found a certificate between Beryl and somebody else, but they can't find the one. Do you have it in your presentation, Reggie?
All right. That still don't mean nothing.
Wait, hold up. But let's slow this down, right? So, okay. So the real data, right? When you're looking at the real data, you see that this woman, Finnegan, she goes and she marries another guy named Lawford, right? And you bring that back up. Let's just bring this back up.
Oh, you want to rewind it?
Yeah, I want.
Okay, I'll rewind it to the document.
Yeah, rewind
There
to
you
the
go.
document.
This
Okay,
guy.
great.
This guy, right?
Okay. So the woman in question, Finnegan, right, marries Lawford Newland, right? That's another person, right?
Yes.
Finnegan now.
That was it right there, man.
Yeah.
Finnegan now marries in addition to her other marriage, now she marries another she marries a Black man.
Wait. But the way that this is her name is Finnegan here, right?
Yeah, Beryl Finnegan.
She married. So where is the marriage certificate between Kamala's dad and Beryl Finnegan?
Wait, well, you're missing a big.
Kamala's grandfather.
Grandfather
Not
and
big
Beryl
brother.
Finnegan, yeah.
Them never married. Probably them never married.
But that,
But them say they married.
but
That
that,
is cultural.
Exactly.
oh,
It's
okay.
Exactly. They
cultural.
had a
So, but
child.
these people really married. Beryl
Yeah.
wanted a real marriage
Oh
certificate
my.
with Lawford Newland, but when it came to Kamala Dash, she just was cool on that.
He
Y'all
had
is
a
doing
Yeah.
baby
some
on his
other
No,
shit.
no,
side.
no, 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 no,
He
no,
had a
no, no.
baby out of
This is what
wedlock.
I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. It's cultural. Beside me was Miss Morris. When I was growing up at Dunny Park, 48 Shakespeare Avenue, Miss Morris lived at 50 Shakespeare Avenue. Miss Morris and Mr. Morris lived together for 40 odd years. And everybody thought that Mr. Morris and Miss Morris was married. Because they used to call her Mrs. Morris. Because the man named Mr. Morris. But they weren't married. After
Okay.
people's extended relationship,
I'm with that.
people
I'm with
automatically
that
assume.
completely. We don't. I'm totally with y'all that in that culture, and even nowadays,
Yeah, you can name your child after
domestic partnership after so long, you would say that's a marriage. But I just want y'all to know that it's two anomalies that y'all want me to just willingly brush over. The first
No, we
one,
don't
hold
want you
on, what?
to.
See, y'all the ones cutting me off and interjecting, and then when I do the shit, y'all be like, "Why you cutting me off?" You see what I'm saying? So what y'all want me to ignore is that Barrow died in 1960. Kamala was born in 1964. You also want me to ignore the fact that we can find a marriage certificate between Beryl Finnegan and another man, but we can't find one between Beryl Finnegan and Kamala's granddad. I just want y'all to know. And the next anomaly y'all want me to pass up, I'm gonna point that out too.
Okay, I don't want to cut you
Okay,
off.
okay. Let me just say something, please. Let me say something. If you look at Beryl, let me be honest with you. I'm not gonna be frank. Because the first time I saw it, I laughed. Because you know that stupid is logical. Beryl lists one of our jobs as what? Bartender? If you look it up.
Yeah,
Reggie, you
barmaid.
look
It says
Barmaid.
a barmaid, yeah.
a barmaid. Oh Lord. I don't want to speak badly about Kamala Granny. I don't want to speak badly about
Oh,
Kamala Granny.
don't then, but say it in a way that we can
But I
understand
won't,
what
but
you want to
I'll
say.
say it in a way. I'll say it in a way that I want to say it.
Yeah, yeah.
Barmaids weren't oftentimes wife material in Jamaica. Because it seemed like barmaids here, but it's like 50, 60 years ago we're talking. We're talking about 70 years ago. A brown man drive down to Brownstone, which was Camilla father's father. And him see this girl at a bar and him and her start talking. I mean, him and her enter in a relationship. And Camilla father born. It's not no Jack and Jill store we're talking about here. It's not no uptown people we're talking about here. We're talking about country people. Cane farmers and dressmakers and barmaid. That we're talking about. Don't let sheep fool like we're talking about lords and ladies.
Okay,
We're
but
talking about
I'm with you on that.
Can
But
I
right.
add?
that's go ahead. Let's hear from Reggie.
Okay,
Go ahead,
wonderful.
Reggie.
Okay, so marriage certificate does what it does. It tells you who you are married, right? Birth certificates are another type of classification, right? First of all, children in this time period it's common to be born out of wedlock, right? So when I show my data is based on who the child is and who the parent is, right? It's not based on marriage names. And so I don't want you, Smash, to ignore anything. I want you to, I want you now to, we're all analyzing the data. So Beryl Finnegan, she's a barmaid. She seemed to have a child out of wedlock, right? Okay, that's all that we know right now until we have a birth certificate. But we do know that Beryl Finnegan is in the game, right? Okay, continue.
All right, let's go. That was good. Let's go.
When it comes to the birth or the marriage, because the correct parents are listed. You can see Patrick Finnegan is listed. And so we know that Beryl's parents are Iris Finnegan and Patrick Finnegan. So that is the correct parent, the correct marriage certificate. But we had no idea who Lawford Newland was. We had no idea that Beryl had allegedly been married after she birthed Donald Harris. That would be Kamala Harris's father. Thought that was like quite strange. She would have been 6 years old in 1944. Donald Harris was born in 1938. So this means that she got married to this guy, Lawford Newland, and she had a 6-year-old. So I thought that was quite strange. I couldn't find anything on Lawford Newland, but somebody on the team was able to determine that he arrived on a ship to New Orleans. He arrived in New Orleans, from Jamaica in May of 1943. So we're showing you here the ship manifest, and Lawford Newland is on the ship, and he is listed as, he's listed as a Negro. He's Black. It says his marital status is single. That would be correct, because this would have been a trip the year before he got married to Beryl.
You see that right there, right?
See what?
They got Negro, and then they got in parentheses Black.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So we already know that this color association is associated with certain people. Whether we have linguistic evolution or not, this has changed from Negro to Afro-American to so many terms, right? But it's still associated with this Black term right here. I just wanted to point that out because I see
countries. So please understand that there are two different countries that you're looking at. One is the American data, how they classify, and then we will also look at the Jamaican records to see how they classify. But please know that in this case, Lawford Newland's, right, or Lawford Newland's, right, that this is an American document.
So he's classified different than Jamaica, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Under the English classification during that time, because although Jamaica was a Commonwealth country, but didn't get independence from England yet. I don't know if Negro or Black was being used as the classification.
But even still,
it was like, but this basically
that's
the same
not
thing.
even what we really watching for right now.
Let me say this, please, Smash. That still don't mean nothing. This man come up, the woman have a picnic, the woman Beryl have a child. Him come, him sweet talk, him say, I go into foreign, I'm going to make a better life for you and I.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like you're pretty.
No one says that this is a big deal. We just keep stopping on it. Like, she didn't make a big deal out of this. She just was showing she can find documentation about Beryl marrying someone, but it's not Kamala's grandfather, basically.
Yeah, but this is irrelevant.
All right, well, let's keep going.
So quite strangely, he went to New Orleans, and then I guess he at some point had to have gone back just a year later to get married. We still have not been able to locate the relevant marriage certificate between Oscar Harris. Now that's, again, Kamala's dad's father is Oscar Harris. We cannot find that marriage between Kamala's grandfather and Beryl. So that's like a huge question mark there, right? Like, where is that marriage certificate? If you guys find it, we're checking our emails. And we're obviously aware that there are a lot of different Beryls that are being born in Jamaica at different times. Some people are like, this could be the case of two Beryls, and they're sending us different birth certificates. Like I said, we know we have the correct birth certificate. We know we have the correct marriage certificate. We know for a fact that this Beryl did get married, and that Donald should have been 6 years old when she got married. So it begs the question, was this her second marriage? Did she have a child out of wedlock with Oscar Harris? Did she have Donald? And then did she get married? Because it lists her on her marriage certificate as a spinster, which means that she's not married, obviously. And then she gets married to Lawford Newland. And then at some point they would have had to divorce if she remarried and got married to Oscar. So she would have had to have gotten with him, had a child with him, married somebody else, divorced that somebody else, and then gotten back together with Oscar and gotten married. That's like a lot of movement. Again, we don't have any documentation, so we're not going to speculate. But Beryl in general, I'm not describing her as the dog that's not barking, okay? So some people were saying, well, I've seen on different websites that there was also a Beryl Harris that died in 1995, and maybe this could potentially be her. We've done the math on that. No, that woman would have been born in 1914. Like I said, we know for a fact Beryl was born The birth certificates are probably the most relevant source because you obviously wouldn't have a birth certificate written years later after the fact that your child was born. It says that Beryl was born in 1917. But I started going back to that piece that Donald Harris wrote. Remember, the first time that we were kind of introduced to the fact that Kamala Harris was Black, it was because Donald Harris wrote this piece, which came right behind Kamala Harris's book, Reflections of a Jamaican Father. And I just would like to, by the way, really stress to you how Black he was trying to suddenly make them. Like, I'm just going to read you the first sentence of this by Donald J. Harris, Kamala's father. As a child growing up in Jamaica, I often heard it said by my parents and family friends, "Remember where you come from." And then he goes on and he writes, "My one
Remember where you come from.
Kamala
Remember where you come from. It's not. It's, for those, let me say it in the Jamaica. Remember where you come from. See, come from. Remember the past. That's what basically saying. Remember your past.
Yeah, of course.
Right, continue.
But I'm laughing at her questioning that, and then the chat gonna let her know, just like if you was in the chat, that that's something that people say in patois or whatever, correct? She was just, but she was just focusing on how he wrote it in the book in broken language, and she didn't even know patois was a language, bro. So let's watch this. I mean, not a language, but a dialect, I should say.
Did not come to know very well the two most influential women in my life, Miss Chrissy and Miss Iris. Okay, so those are his.
We can watch it all. It's 39 minutes, but somebody said, what about the baby switching? And I want to get to the baby switching, but I'm just going to keep playing it.
Grandparents, according to him. Those are both of his grandmothers, maternal and paternal. And then the whole piece is about his grandmother, his two grandmothers. And he wrote, both of my grandmothers had the strongest influence on my early upbringing. And then in parentheses, he writes, not to exclude, of course, the influence of my dear mother, Miss Beryl, and loving father, Mass Oscar. Like, I think it's supposed to be like Massa, like Mass Oscar. Very strange.
It's not Massa.
She said Massa. She out of control.
Stop. Let me explain for everybody.
Yeah.
It's not
Massa.
It's not.
Around it. She said Massa.
Okay. It wasn't Massa like the slave master. It's Massa like Mister. Because, all right, I'm telling you something now. Like my mother. My mother's sisters are 20 years older than her. She could not call her sister by the first name. Because like her sister Julie, who recently died, was 20 years older than her. So as a child, as 1 or 2 year old, she couldn't say, Julie, no. In Jamaica, that looked like a disrespect to your elders. So she had to call her sisters and her brothers, Sister Julie or Brother Julie. In some cases, people didn't go around and say daddy at the time.
Well, that's fine, but tell us about Mass.
Mass mean Mister.
Okay, yeah.
Mass and Mrs.
Thank you.
Mass mean Mr. Mrs. mean Mass. You might hear somebody pronounce Mrs. different than me, but Mass basically mean Mr.
Mister. Okay, thank you.
So when you go down the road, it's Mr. Mass Johnny or Mr. Mass Smith or Mr. Mass MASS mean Mr. It don't mean massa. Massa is a total different word.
Okay.
Yeah, we need you on this right here, Stu. We appreciate this.
Let's listen.
Calls their grandmother Miss Iris and calls their other grandmother Miss Iris. There's something about that.
So you gotta call. You saying in Jamaica you have to call your elders Miss and Mister.
Your elders, you have to refer. You cannot. First name in Jamaica is disrespect, especially when it comes to elders. I
wouldn't call my grandmother her first name either, but I wouldn't call her Miss. I would not be saying Miss Owens to my grandmama.
Yeah, remember, terms of affection, like during the 50s.
But you don't have to expound so much, bro.
Okay.
Like, yeah. I'm just saying, you telling me that you go, I mean, if speaking to your grandmama, you going to say Miss something?
Especially when you're not close to them.
Another culture.
Yeah. I know, but I'm asking, trying to get the answer.
Yes, in some cases.
Yes is the answer. So now he's saying yes and yes in some cases.
So hold up. Do y'all got a name for grandmother or something like that?
No, all right. People would say like my granny. That's my granny.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what we all say.
Miss Iris, I'm a granny. But because you grew up here and everybody in the community call her Miss Iris.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you're not keeping it 100. We talking about you addressing your grandmother, not other people calling her Miss Iris. You saying you, when you go get an apple from Granny, say, Miss Iris, can I have an apple?
You use both of them because you grew up here and
Okay,
that
I'm gonna
name is
accept that.
Iris.
Cool. You teaching me. Okay, yeah.
You grew up here, the whole community calling her Miss Iris.
Yeah, because you even in the black community, some parents make you do that. I'm not thinking you wrong. I'm just trying to hear what you're saying.
All right, let me explain this last thing. Once your age come off an almanac, that's a Jamaican terminology. Once you pass 31, in those days, you're bigger man. You're no longer a girl. People cannot refer to you as your first name, or you shouldn't allow people to refer to you as your first name. Once your age come off an almanac. Meaning that my age come off an almanac, mean that my age has no number on the almanac has anything to do with my name. I'm now 32 years old. I'm a bigger man. You can't call bigger man by them first name. Who you talking to? So people grow up as early as that. They start calling them Miss and Massa, because a child in the community couldn't refer to you as your first name. Your name is not size. So you grew up here, your granny name Miss Iris. So sometimes you call her Miss Iris too.
Man, everything you're saying, we understand, and we know that too a little bit the same way. I was simply saying inside of the family. I ain't never heard no black lady unless you had a strict grandma who wanted to discipline you, like call me Miss Maggie or something.
No man, it's not. It fluctuates. It depends on how you're feeling that day.
Exactly. So we good. But now we watching too much of our video. I wanted to get to the part where she talking about baby switching. But so far, other than her not knowing anything about Jamaican culture, when she was showing her documents, I don't think we got no objection to the things that she showed.
Except for it's irrelevant. Marriage certificate just means that Beryl.
Her finding a marriage significant to another man and not finding one to the man of question ain't all the way irrelevant.
All right, let me explain the marriage certificate. Give me the last thing with that. How marriage registration go in Jamaica is that when you go to the church to get married, did it happen like that up here? No, the pastor carried it up here. But most marriages back in the day were home marriages, especially in the country. I know St. Anne. I worked in Brownstown, I worked in Ocho, I worked in St. Anne's Bay. I know St. Anne. I know Jamaica better than 90% of Jamaicans. I used to be a public health inspector, and then afterwards I was a disease intervention officer on the HIV program. So I lived all over Jamaica and I traveled all over Jamaica. No, when you're married, you get a white paper, and it is your job to carry the white paper to the registry office. Just like when you're born, you get a pink slip. If you go to the hospital, it's your job to carry the pink slip to the registration office. Because more than often, back in those days, there's one registration office in each parish. There's 14 parishes in Jamaica. And
okay, let me add something before Smash do the video again, right?
Yeah.
Now, what is the chance? Because we don't know who this Harris was. He black too? Because if he wasn't black, then that would be a reason in the 1950s for them not to be married.
But
he was sleeping with her on the cool.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me clarify that because I asked if it in black. Let me clarify that. My name is Michael Leopold Smith. I was named after my grandfather, Leopold Smith. Leopold Smith, slightly lighter than Reggie. He lived in Spanish Town, Walks Road. WALKS Walks Road, the same road that St. Catherine Highs on. In Spanish Town during the 50s, during that time, a lot of light-skinned Jamaicans lived in Spanish Town. They weren't white. If we're going to measure
I'm just trying to figure out.
We getting a lot of history, but it's taking us off the subject. Let's get back to the video.
Continue. Go to the subject. 'Cause I'll deal with it when
that
you reach
doesn't
it.
strike me as familial. But again, that's speculation. Doesn't matter. Maybe there is this strange family where everyone, like, they address their mom as Miss and they address their grandmother
you
as Miss and
cleared
they
that
address
up
their other
for us,
grandmother as
Snoopy.
Miss. Like that, it really isn't up to us to make any conclusions. But that's the first and last time that he mentioned his mother, Miss Beryl. Okay, which signals to me that my theory about her having died young, you're saying you're raised by your grandparents, but your mother is around, but you don't talk about your mother or speak about your mother at all in this entire piece, signals to me that this is correct and your mother died early, okay? You're not mentioning her for a reason. So then,
Not true.
this gets crazy.
Not true.
But why you
Yes.
saying not true when she trying to give some credit? So this is crazy because Katz is just trying to be so negative. She basically said,
I'm
okay,
thinking about the culture.
she's
I'm
saying
thinking
that
about the
can
culture.
happen that way, but you can't tell me that much about the culture, bro. Like every
All right,
every time
okay.
something happened, it ain't particular to how shit happened in Jamaica.
No, because how shit happen in Jamaica is this. It's not particular. How shit happen in Jamaica and this, especially in rural Jamaica.
She
Your
just simply
mother, the grandmothers were always the center of the family. Just like your big mama, you call it up here. Although she had children and her children had children, because they lived in the same
Bro,
house
you
with
doing
the
it
grandmother.
again. Every break we get, you explaining us some shit that we don't really need to hear. Quite frankly.
So is Candace. We didn't need to, all of this stuff about.
Candace, this don't make any sense.
But I disagree. I think because the last thing that she pointed out that we was talking about was showing us that this lady was married to another person. That's relevant. The second thing she just got through saying is that it's not a big deal that he didn't talk about his mama much in the book because he was raised by his grandparents. And y'all wanted to hop on her for saying that.
No, she said, no, that's not what she said. She said, listen to what she said.
That's exactly what she
believed that his
said.
mother died because he only mentioned
Yeah,
her
but that's based on the document showing that she died in 1960.
Exactly.
So she's saying based on her dying in 1960, that's why he doesn't talk about his mother that much, because she was dead. So he documents that he was raised by.
But basically, she was giving some validity to the story being true, and you wanted to hop on her because of the culture is different.
So let's move on.
Yeah.
So let's find something, because we ain't found when she was really fucking up, so we trying to make stuff up.
I get an email. Actually, I got 2 emails, but this one in particular made me sit up straight in bed. Like, I'm not kidding. I was like about to fall asleep, and I just decided to check the email box, and I sat up. I sat up just like this and started texting everyone. And I woke my husband up. I was like, you have to read this email. This is completely crazy. It came all the way from New Zealand. Shout out to New Zealand. I'll be on tour there soon, you guys. Get out there, buy some tickets, because we're going to talk about this now. That's the only thing I'm going to speak about in New Zealand. But I'm going to just read this email to you because it's just incredible. Kia ora from New Zealand, Candace. My name is blank. And after your first podcast about the family of Kamala Harris yesterday, I went down the rabbit hole all day looking for photos of Beryl Finnegan Harris's brothers and sisters, as you asked. I was so intrigued and I wanted to take up your challenge. I could not find those photos, but I did come across a record that you might be interested in. I noticed on Kamala's birth certificate, you showed that her father, Donald Harris, was 26 at her birth in 1964, giving him a presumable birth year of 1938. That is correct. He was born in 1938. I'm just saying that as an aside. I came across the attached record of a 1-year-old child who died in 1940 in St. Anne's Parish. This infant's name was Donald Harris. You will notice the baby's father's name that is given was Albert Harris, and there's no mother mentioned. However, you will be interested to notice that a person listed as present at the death of the child was none other than Beryl Harris. She has also signed the death record. What are the chances that Beryl...
Now let's pause. Now this is what Yurik was talking about the baby switching. This shit is funny. Now, if these records is presented, and they are presented in the way that they are, y'all telling me that Beryl Harris, or a woman named Beryl Harris, was at the death of a child named Donald Harris, and then Kamala, grandmama name is Beryl Harris, and her daddy named Donald Harris, and they got the same birth years, both in Jamaica, and I'm just supposed to look past that?
Well, what are you looking at? Are you looking at primary data or are you looking at secondary data,
Well,
sir?
up until now, we've been looking at primary data, but even in my discourse that I just gave you, the short little diatribe, I said if this was verifiable or correct. And then you came back and asked me what was I looking at.
Yeah, so
Now, what we're looking at right now is the email.
Exactly. Shit.
Okay, so show me
if that is verifiable, no, that will raise suspicion because that is too much coincidence.
Thank you. Now let's continue watching the video.
I am fair. I want to see that paperwork because
Now let's watch. Let's see if she verified it.
Beryl had her own baby named Donald in 1938, and then was also in attendance of the passing of a baby named Donald Harris in 1940. Weird, right? And just to be clear, that we're going to show you that certificate because it would mean that there were 2 Donald Harris babies born that Beryl was around. One was hers and one, I don't know, guys. It's getting weird. I'm going to finish this email, then we're going to talk about it. I have looked for the infant's father, Albert Harris, and cannot find a lot about him. Albert's father name was Abraham Harris. I believe it is possible he was married to a Violet Fearon on the 6th of March, 1935. No record of her passing, so why was she not at her child's death? But Beryl Harris was. Was this baby Beryl's or Violet's? If Donald Harris passed 1 year old, who is the man claiming to be Kamala's father? Oh my gosh, chill. She wrote, make it make sense. I'll keep digging. Chills. I was like, what are you talking about? I've opened this email so fast. It was crazy. And let me just show you the attachment. Chills. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out all over again. It's hitting me. It's a second wave here.
Here's the death that they was talking about, and here's the documentation. The death of a Donald Harris, an infant male, 1 year, and Beryl Harris signed right there, Brother Reggie. So now we're looking at primary sources.
Okay, so are you saying, they're saying that the Donald Harris that's supposed to be Kamala's father, right, is not the same.
They didn't even say that. They speculated. This is the anomaly. Let me just point out what the anomaly we're dealing with. In the same Jamaica or the same location, right? We either got 2 Beryl Harrises who in the same year had a kid named Donald Harris, and one of them died and one of them didn't. And one of them turned out to be Kamala grandfather. But this is too suspicious.
Is that her father or grandfather?
Donald is her grandfather, supposedly, right? Yeah.
Question. Anybody online from Jamaica, St. Ann? Where's Mount Maria? Because I know where Brownstone is. I don't know where Mount Maria is. Where's Mount Maria? Mount Maria, Brownstone.
It says
you need to get on the case,
come on,
where the hell is that at?
Yeah.
Where's St. Anne?
It says the district, the parish of St. Anne. Where that's at?
Where's St. Anne?
It says, rank, profession, and occupation. It said,
you keep messing up. 1938 was the birth year. 1940 is the death year. You know how. So I don't know what's the problem.
Wait, Mount Moriah might be a church or something. Where's St. Anne? Register and death.
It says death in the district. So Mount Moriah is a district, right?
Yeah, no.
The parish is St. Anne.
No, Mount Moriah is
the
some.
District.
It could be a church, but the district is St. Anne.
It says the district of. What is that?
Death in the district of Mount Moriah, parish of St. Anne.
Yeah.
So where is Mount Moriah in Jamaica?
Mount Moriah.
Look, I was willing to be able to say that it was another Beryl and it was another Donald.
Yeah, Mount Moriah not close to Brownstone. Brownstone is a prominent town. Everybody knows Brownstone.
Okay, so you saying it is a Mount Moriah. So that's how we were trying to figure. You act like you didn't know. Now that you know, we can move on.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
Mount
check.
Moriah not close to Brownstone. So Mount Moriah wouldn't be. So you have Brownstone, and you have St. Anne's Bay. Those were the two prominent towns in St. Anne during that time. So Mount Moriah, Harris, the Harrises. All right. But I don't know, but continue, because let's listen to the baby switching. Continue.
Of what? So yes, you will see that listed here. This is a death certificate that is on the 29th of November, 1940, okay, in St. Anne Parish. That obviously is where her family is from. And yes, the child's name was Donald Harris. The child died before the child turned 2. So this would mean that it is plausible.
You hear that, Yurik? So did that help you? The child died before it turned 2. Now, just because it say 1 year, we don't know if they put 1 year, 18 months, or if they just put 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. But golly, don't be so fighting against something so hard that you gotta say silly shit. Like if it was 1938 was the birth year and he died in 1940, the baby would be 2. Come on, bro.
But this child was born in 1938, the exact same year that Donald J. Harris, Kamala's father, was born. Okay. Can you pull it back up? I'm not done reading through this. Okay.
So again, you could be 1 and 8 months, right? You still 1.
So you have also, it says the certified cause of death is fever and a cold. And it's letting you know, it says the duration of the illness, so that this baby was sick for 1 month, rest in peace. And it does mention that that baby is the son of Albert Harris. And just as this person speculates, it is signed by Beryl Harris, and it tells you, because you're supposed to include this, the signature of the person who was present at the death. And it says Beryl Harris, present at the death. And that is at Mount Moriah in St. Anne. Now, I want to be clear, there is no place to put the mother's name. So it's not like there's anything like strange here. I just think that if this is this Beryl's child, and this Beryl Harris was married to this Albert Harris, or together with this Albert Harris at some time, like that is the reason why it just says that present for the death. Like literally, who else would be present? If your child is dying less than 2 years old, okay, barely 2 years old, who would you allow to be there in your place? There's no mother on earth that wouldn't be next to their child. So it is very heavily suggested that Beryl Harris was there for the presence of her son, Donald Harris, dying. And that would put that approximate birth of that baby at 1938.
Stop for a second, please. Mount Moriah, because I just found it on Google Maps. Mount Moriah, if you go on Google Maps, in 1940, Mount Moriah is roughly about 30 miles from Brownstone. Now, if you want to say it's about 30 miles from Brownstone. And in 1940, that was a hell of a track in Jamaica. Trust me on that.
So, real quick, Yurik says, no, the silly shit is believing that the guy switched that birth. So, here's the thing.
Right.
Where do you guys keep coming up with this switch that birth theory? I haven't heard her say it yet. It's coming out of your head because you don't understand how identity theft works. You don't have to have been switched at birth to assume the identity of somebody. Like, and so I never said switched at birth.
No, I never said switch at birth.
I never heard you say switched at birth, but you're arguing against somebody being. So let's see where the switched at birth thing comes from. Because in order to assume the identity of somebody who died, where the hell did the switched at birth thing come from? Cats just being using their imagination.
Okay, well, wait 1 second. So there's 2 Donald Harrises. There's a Donald Harris and there's a Donald J. Harris. There's a Donald.
Is Beryl? Do they both have a mom named Beryl?
It's possible. Let me explain something to you. But let me. This is the last time I explained anything.
Like if I did say that, then I was tripping. Yeah. But go ahead.
Right.
I don't think it's here.
Let me say this. In Jamaica, you have towns named by the last name. Like in Kingston, they have Campbelltown. When you used to go to Campbelltown, the majority of people who lived in Campbelltown were descendants of Campbell. You have Wattown in Brownstown. The descendants of most of these people were Watts. You have Smithville. Most of the people who live in Smithville was Smiths.
Hold on, Stu Pease. We know about this. We got Johnsons and Joneses and shit. Okay.
No.
So
let me finish.
Let
me why you cutting me then you can agree when I finish.
Teaching us hell of shit we are.
We already know that a lot of us that took on the slave name.
In Senton. But when you say to somebody, say, where are you from? Them ask you, what's your last name? You located to the Harrises, them there, so because primarily in Jamaica, where the slave owner had most of the children, them got the slave owner's name. Just like here. So Harris might be a prominent name in Brownstown, like what's the other name with a prominent in Brownstown? You have several prominent names in Brownstown. We come from the slave owners. So when you hear a Harris, don't be fooled by it. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. But so I'm just asking, who here is willing to think that there was two Barrows who both had a son named Donald, and one of the Barrows' son died, and the other one grew up to be Kamala's granddad? Y'all think that's what happened?
I'm saying that Brownstown too far from where that baby that dead.
How about you, Reggie?
Well, I'm saying that there's two Donald Harrises.
Okay, that's fine. Do they both have a mom named Barrow?
Wait. There's Donald Jasper Harris and there is Donald Harris. They both could have a mother named Barrow. I don't have a problem with that. So she's not made no point yet.
No, hold on. What do you mean? You just said they both could have, but you didn't prove anything. Do they both? Not you don't have a problem with that. If they don't both have a mother named Barrow, then what you're presenting us with is insignificant.
No, it's not insignificant.
Yes, it is, because she just put up data that showed that Donald's dad is named Barrow, her mom is named Barrow. If you can't just come up with another person named Donald Harrow whose mom is not named Barrow.
Where's the birth certificate?
We just got through looking at it. The death certificate.
No, okay. We looked at the death certificate. All right. Where is both birth certificates?
So here's the thing. We don't need
a birth certificate. We don't need a birth certificate.
Even on
they never live close to each other.
But you got to remember, even on your genealogical chart, you had that Barrow was the mom of Donald or whatever, right? So, correct? Yeah. So, where is the birth certificate on your presentation?
I'm pulling it from a genealogical database.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. So it's verified. If it's verified on your slide, why is it not cool right here? Because you see what I'm saying? Because you got the same names on your presentation.
Because let me put something in here.
But you have different tones. You have different tones that were far apart.
Hold on. Let me say something that may be logical. The only way that this could be possible if this is a forgery. This is the only thing, the way that it could be possible.
Why would this be a forgery?
I'm not saying, hold up. I'm not saying that it is. But what I'm saying is the only way that some of this stuff that this is going on right here, if it's a forgery. She says she got it from somebody from Australia. Somebody could have just wrote this up and sent it to her. We don't know. But if they did,
no, that's not.
No, I'm not saying that's the only way this could be feasible. That both of these conundrums happen. That
I know.
Going on
because you're right, James. Because the ones y'all, I mean, let's just say, okay, I was so pro Kamala and anti-Trump that I wanted to believe the bullshit y'all spitting right now. To where I'm supposed to be like, okay, I'm gonna ignore the fact that it's another Barrow Harris and another Donald Harris, and just roll with the fact that Katz is saying that that's Kamala great granddaddy with no documentation, no marriage certificates, or nothing.
And I would say,
the only way it would make sense that this is forged. Somebody's got some forged information.
This document is not forged, but this document took place in Montmarel. I'm not saying that it is. It is in Montmarel, not in Brownstone.
The two things could be the same if something is wrong. Somebody's lying. That's all.
No, there's not lying.
No, somebody.
All right, Stu, please. if somebody ain't lying, just give us the logical explanation for having two people in the same year, both have a son named Donald in the same parish, both in Jamaica, and they both named Burrow and they both named Donald, and it's both 1938.
My name is Michael Smith.
Holy
And when I
smokes.
was growing up, you had other Michael Smith in my class.
Now,
When
I
went to
know
the
it's hella
hospital
Jonathan
to get my
Owens
finger,
too.
no.
But was they
Right.
born at the same hospital as you in the same year? That
Did
can
they have hold up?
No,
Did they have
hold on.
Do they have your parents' name? Do they have the same name as your
hold on.
parents, bro? Do they have the
Hold on,
same name as your
hold on,
parents?
hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. This is not a birth certificate. This is a death certificate. We don't know where the babies were born.
No,
Based on this, they weren't born. No, I'm telling you, 90% in the 1940s, 90% of births in Jamaica were home births conducted by not even trained professionals.
That don't got nothing to do with nothing we talking about, bro. We got the documentation.
Right, the documentation, yeah.
No, you don't remember when we looked at.
The coincidence can be there.
You got to remember, Stupid.
I'm saying the coincidence can be there.
Yeah, why you keep doing that, bro? Why you just keep talking?
All right.
I'm just saying, like, you would say one thing and then you'll repeat what you're saying just to make sure you over speaking me. But I was simply asking you, Stupid, you don't remember when we looked at that documentation earlier in this same video. And Reggie got a whole genealogical chart of it. So I'm like, why are y'all doing this? See, the cold part is I think it's something political. I mean, I know it's something political about the way that we all weighing in on this, right? But I'm so tuned out to that. I'm just watching a video with some primaries that seem to be adding up to what the person's saying. And when y'all trying to refute it, y'all don't even got as solid an argument as Kansas.
I'm just gonna disregard that. I just want to of the
this is what I'm saying. This Donald Harris is in Mount Moriah. And you need to when I do history of the location, the Donald Harris is in Brownstone. Although they're the same parish, I don't know, it's two separate, total different places far from each other. There's no history of her having any relationship in something. It's not next
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You saying that this Donald Harris is in Brownstone?
You have two Donalds. You have this one in Mount Moriah, and you have one in Brownstone. Donald Harris, Camilla come from Brownstone in Jamaica, a major town. This Donald Harris come from a district.
But hold on, real quick. See, this is why we gotta logically analyze things. Now, if the charge that in the video, if the charge that they're making is that is a new Donald Harris who stole an identity of an old Donald Harris, then you can't validate anything of any of the identity of the new Donald Harris. You'd have to validate that with some type of paperwork. You can't just say, oh, the new Donald Harris is from a different place, because this is supposedly a identity theft going on. You see what I'm saying? So you'd have to prove that with documentation the way that we proven that this Donald. So show me some paperwork of that other Donald Harris being born where you said he was at, and then it'd be easy to see. We can't find it, huh?
With the man Donald Jasper Harris, he is talking about his life. So he's talking about, so he would know best where he was born, right? So remember, unless there's some time traveler, right? So what we're doing is, his name is Donald Jasper Harris, born in Brownstown, right? This whole thing that that Candace is bringing up is really irrelevant, right? It's really irrelevant. But let's continue.
Yeah, I feel you. So, but all we would have to do is see Donald Jasper Harris born in Brownstown. But when we look back and went and looked at this, like when we was looking at the first look, let's go back. This is Beryl, Iris Finnegan. Let's see if we can find some document. I mean, I don't remember if they ever showed no documentation of him being born. This is no. Then she showed her Beryl being married to Lawford.
She's making a point, but there's two Donald Harrises, right? There's a Donald Jasper Harris. This death certificate does not say Donald Jasper Harris. It says Donald Harris.
Okay, that's fine. I'm with you on that.
It's been placed.
But they both so it's just a coincidence that both their moms was named Beryl, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm with that. Cool.
And I don't have a problem with that.
All right, I'm fine. That y'all said. Now let's listen. But now we at number 3. Because I pointed out the first 2 anomalies y'all wanted me to look up. Now y'all want me to think that this one is a coincidence. Cool. I'm just cataloging how brainwashing works. You tell a motherfucker this is a coincidence. Don't pay that no attention. That source you got, don't worry about that source.
There were 2 Donald Harris babies born that Beryl was around. One was hers and one, I don't know, guys. It's getting weird. I'm going to finish this email, then we're going to talk about it. I have looked for the infant's father, Albert Harris, and cannot find a lot about him. Albert's father name was Abraham Harris. I believe it is possible he was married to a Violet Fearon on the 6th of March, 1935. No record of her passing, so why was she not at her child's death, but Beryl Harris was? Was this baby Beryl's or Violet's? If Donald Harris passed 1 year old, who is the man claiming to be Kamala's father? Oh my gosh, chill. She wrote, make it make sense. I'll keep digging. Chills. I was like, what are you talking about? I've opened this email so fast. It was crazy. And let me just show you the attachment. Chills. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out all over again. It's hitting me. It's a second wave here of what? So yes, you will see that listed here. This is a death certificate that is on the 29th of November, 1940, okay, in St. Anne Parish. That obviously is where her family is from. And yes, the child's name was Donald Harris. The child died before the child turned 2. So this would mean that it is plausible that this child was born in 1938, the exact same year that Donald J. Harris, Kamala's father, was born. Okay. Can you pull it back up? I'm not done reading through this. Okay. So you have also, it says the certified cause of death is fever and a cold. And it's letting you know, it says the duration of the illness, so that this baby was sick for 1 month, rest in peace. And it does mention that that baby is the son of Albert Harris. And just as this person speculates, it is signed by Beryl Harris. And it tells you, because you're supposed to include this, the signature of the person who was present at the death. And it says Beryl Harris, present at the death. And that is at Mount Moriah in St. Anne. Now, I want to be clear, there is no place to put the mother's name. So it's not like there's anything like strange here. I just think that if this is this Beryl's child and this Beryl Harris was married to this Albert Harris or together with this Albert Harris at some time, like that is the reason why it just says that present for the death. Like literally, who else would be present? If your child is dying less than 2 years old, okay, barely 2 years old, who would you allow to be there in your place? There's no mother on earth that wouldn't be next to their child. So it is very heavily suggested that Beryl Harris was there for the presence of her son, Donald Harris, dying. And that would put that approximate birth of that baby at 1938. Stop the press. Stop the press, okay? So you can imagine me, now you're me sitting up straight, like what is going on here? Like actually, what do I know about Kamala's father? Like this could be a coincidence, I'm sure. Yeah, I guess you could have like a lot of Beryls that are giving birth to Donalds in the year 1938 in St. Anne Parish. Of course, like you have to consider every possibility here, but also consider that this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Thank you.
Okay, so then.
So now, see, y'all thought she just was doing something. She's like, okay, it could totally be a coincidence, which I keep saying. but y'all are not willing to say that something smells fishy.
No, we're still listening to the data. We haven't made we haven't made a complete decision away from what the databases is. So luckily Stupi's is here. So he talks about 2 different locations. So and then I still know that there is a Donald Jasper Harris. If his name was Donald Jasper Harris and he does a death certificate, it would say Donald Jasper Harris. Why? To respect the child. So just go on. Just go on.
I received a second email. Okay. Very interesting here. Very interesting here. And I'm just going to read the email. I'm just going to read the email and take you through this. What happens when I go through my info box and I tell you guys to message with deeds. This email says, "Hi, Candace. See the death certificate below indicating that Beryl Christie was a domestic servant in 1936 when her infant daughter died." So there's another, and this person has written Beryl Christie and lost her daughter, and I'm going to pull it up here at the bottom of this email. She talks about like the birth dates. I'll get to that later. Do you guys have a close-up of this? Yeah. Okay. So you can see here, it is Beryl Christie, and this would mean not only did Beryl Christie lose a child in 1940, but prior to that, Beryl Christie lost a daughter in 1936. Okay. Again, all we have here is Beryl Christie. We know that this is potentially the right Beryl. Again, there could be another Beryl Christie going around. I don't want to completely close the door on that, but it is interesting. And I'll tell you why this struck me as incredibly interesting, because when we spoke about the death certificate yesterday, right, and we spoke about this young death of a woman, she's particularly died, Beryl Christie, of fibroids related to a hysterectomy. So if there is a Beryl Christie that had back-to-back, had lost children in some regard, you could imagine that she might have been injured internally. This is a long time ago. You would imagine that the procedures, obviously, are not what they are today. And it is plausible that that woman died young of fibroids from a hysterectomy related to the fact that she had 2 troubling births, whatever it is, carrying children didn't work out for her. I just thought, like, okay, but the big part about that second one is that we now know for a fact that there was a Beryl Christie that was, in fact, a domestic servant. Can you pull that back up again? Because I want to point that out so people can see this. The last one, the close-up of it, if we can. You can see that she is listed as a domestic
Stop for a
servant.
second.
That girl is listed as the daughter of
Oh,
Beryl.
this is another Beryl Christie too, huh?
Well, okay, so the death in her district is Saint what?
Saint Anne, the same as the last one.
And the parish of what?
Parish Saint Anne. It's I didn't see the district. I'm sorry, something Bay, but the parish is Saint Anne. The same place the other Beryl lived, and the same place that Donald Jasper Harris is from.
What you're basically saying, let me explain something. When you say Saint Anne, think about it this way. Think about it. Saint Anne is like the Jamaica proportional to with state in size is a different part of St. Anne. St. Anne is the second biggest parish in Jamaica. This person died in St. Anne's Bay, not in Brownstone or Alexandra Hospital, St. Anne's Bay.
Okay, so do you have to die where you was born? Like, y'all being crazy.
No. But what
you
I'm
could
saying,
die wherever you fall over.
In 1940, what year was this?
You act like you gotta die in the city you was born in.
No, this is 1936.
What year was this? What
1936.
1936. The average Jamaicans to move from one place to the next was relying on donkey.
So what?
So I'm telling you, somebody not traveling from Brownstone all the way down.
But you act like you ain't got a whole lifetime to do it. You could be born in Oakland and die in Hayward if there was only no vehicles, bro. Like, you making a silly point.
That's not what
you
I'm
don't
saying.
have to die in the city that you was born in, bro.
You're not listening to me.
Because what you're saying is irrelevant. I heard what you said, and it's not making no sense.
Let me ask this question. So the first name is the same, but the last name's not. So what's up with that?
That what?
The last name ain't Harris.
No,
right?
no, because she ain't married yet. But she,
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to follow that
yeah.
part though. So they know that this was her name before she got married?
Because this 30, it was 36, then we dealing
Okay, I
with
got
38.
that, but I'm saying, do they know that this is her name at that time? Like, how do they know that?
Who is that? Who is that?
I mean, whoever's doing this investigation, how are they chronologically following her name and the switches? I know we know she married a Harris, so how do we know her maiden name?
Yeah, they got her maiden name from other documents.
Oh, and it's the same name right here or something?
I presume. I remember something like Finnegan, but maybe
yeah. So that's what I'm trying to look at.
Maybe it said Christy Finnegan or whatever. But let's see if she talks about it.
Beryl Christie, you can see that in that where it says rank, profession, or occupation, daughter of Beryl Christie, domestic servant. I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. Like I said, I'm trying to now, I'm putting in columns to sort through the various Beryl Christies that were born around this time. Like I said, you guys keep sending me stuff, but just to make sure you're filtering yourself, we know for a fact that Beryl Christie was born in 1917. We know for a fact that Beryl Christie got married in 1944 to Lawland Newford, or whatever his name is, Lawford Newland, pardon. And so we don't need a bunch of documents speculating that it could be a different birth, because her parents are listed, and Kamala and her father have confirmed that her parents are Iris and Patrick Finnegan, okay? So we know those are the people that we are looking for. Oddly enough, though, because a lot of people have been pointing out the fact that in her birth certificate, even though we know that that's her mom, Iris, that's the mom's name, Iris Finnegan, it says Magdalene, and then suddenly it converts to Christy. Well, I just wanted to point out to you, because that was a question we were getting a lot, is why would she take on Christy? In Donald Harris's piece, he writes explicitly that Miss Iris, so that's Kamala's great-grandmother, that her husband was known as Mr. Christie. So I'll read you that paragraph. It says, Miss Iris, mother of 8 children, I can't find 8 children, by the way, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. So the reason she may have put Christie, or started using Christie as a middle name, is because that would mean that her father was being called Mr. Christie. Again, we are getting that directly from Donald J. Harris, who I'm now very interested in. I'm now very...
Hold on. Y'all there?
Yeah.
Because it just starts spinning right now like it was, I don't know why it just starts.
I wonder why, but yeah, he put that off in there.
Yeah, that's what, so you can't, that's her daddy saying it and y'all going against it. This is crazy to me. Her daddy put that in the book. I mean, her so-called, now.
Okay. So that's how we get, get the
wait, watch this.
Name.
Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie. Watch what? Watch what?
So Donald Harris's, Donald Harris's mother, right? Is what's Donald Harris's or Oscar Brown, the grandfather? What is his mother's name?
Oscar Brown, the grandfather.
Yeah.
We way far back. We under him.
Okay. So this Miss Christie, who is she?
Miss Christie is that's what we're trying to find out. But that she
Miss
just
Christie,
identified
Miss Christie
that
is Donald's grandmother. It's Donald's grandmother.
Yeah, it's no Donald mother, Donald mother.
Right.
No, Donald's grandmother is Miss Christie.
Well,
Donald's
Miss
mother
Christie
is
was
buried.
at the, remember, Beryl was the one who she was there when Donald Harris died. So we don't know if she was mother or grandmother, but normally your mama gonna be there if she burying her infant.
If I'm right, and I think I am, Donald Harris's father, right, is Oscar Brown, right?
Okay. That white dude that you showed earlier. Yeah.
That's why they ain't married.
Oscar Brown is John Harris, right? Oscar Brown.
Wait a minute. Oscar Brown is John Harris? What do you mean?
No, Joseph. Okay. There's Oscar Brown. Donald Harris's father, right, is Oscar Brown. Oscar Brown's father is Joseph Harris. Oscar Brown's mother is Christina McKenzie, right? Which would, I think, Miss Christie. But we're not dealing with that side of the family. We're dealing with Donald Brown's mother, which is Beryl Harris. And Beryl Harris's father is Patrick Finnegan, and Beryl Harris's mother is Iris Finnegan. That's who we're dealing with. That
Yeah, okay, but on the other side, she just got through saying that the grandmama name is Chrissy. We can rewind it right now, and so this is how Beryl came to grab her Chrissy name, because we found out she a servant first of all, and now it's seeming like she just took on the last name of the person who owned her, Mr. Chrissy. Listen.
To Christie. Well, I just wanted to point out to you, because that was a question we were getting a lot, is why would she take on Christie? In Donald Harris's piece, he writes explicitly that Miss Iris, so that's Kamala's great grandmother, that her husband was known as Mr. Christie.
Now let's stop. If the great older than them was Mr. Christie, it'll be a slave or a help under them it's gonna be Beryl Christie.
There's no slave at this time.
Well,
Plantation.
I said,
yeah,
come on now.
I think it's kind of like, we don't know what was, see, Stu Pease is right here. What was going on? I mean, what was y'all condition as far as getting out of slavery in the 50s? Was there still something like that going on?
The 50s?
Well, based on, was that the 30s?
Jim Crow. It was Jim Crow. They said she was born in 1940. But hold on, but the parent would have been older, so that didn't go to the 1800s, though. But regardless, I think she's not, I'm not a Kansas fan. The fact that I bang for somebody when they sound like they right, I hate her for what she said for George Floyd. I'll never forget about that shit, right? But that's not about to make me throw this out and act like this ain't nothing. Because if this was a case of indicting one of us, he got paperwork, fool.
Well, let me say this too. From a legal standpoint, if she just on here, she could get sued for defamation.
If she was,
she have a little bit of money, so.
Well, I don't know how that's gonna turn out, because it could even get worse if you're dealing with an elected official like that.
A public figure.
Exactly, so, but let's listen.
So I think this is pretty dangerous what she's doing.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
It says, Miss Iris, mother of 8 children, I can't find 8 children, by the way, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. So the reason she may have put Christie, or started using Christie as a middle name, is because that would mean that her father was being called Mr. Christie. Again, we are getting that directly from Donald J. Harris, who I'm now very interested in. I'm now very interested in this particular Donald J. Harris. Obviously, very easy way to debunk this, and maybe there really was just another Beryl Christie that happened to have a child named Donald in the same year from the same parish, would be to just take a look at Kamala's father's birth certificate. And we can't find that. We quite literally cannot find that, and I find that
you got that, Reggie?
Her family.
Yeah, I'm analyzing else. I think that somebody's messing up this Miss Christie thing. There is Miss Christie and there's Miss Beryl. There are on 2 sides, right? So I think someone's messing that up.
No, we just seen a document that say Beryl Christie.
Okay, so you see Beryl. So this is my problem. That's why I think people are messing this up. So show me the document that says Beryl.
It's in your face. Look right here. Beryl. See that? Beryl Christie. You see that? Right here. Yes. You see my mouse?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So this Beryl Christie is not the it's not the Beryl that we're looking at.
Okay, that could be.
You're saying it's not Beryl Harris.
Yeah, no. Beryl Harris don't turn into Beryl Harris till she get married. But I feel you. Go ahead.
No, it's just it's the barrel's name is Beryl Harris, right? And her parents,
So what did she call herself before she got married to Mr. Harris? It was Beryl Chrissy Finnegan.
yes, it would have been a Beryl, yes, it would have been Finnegan, Beryl Finnegan.
Chrissy
And
is what she called herself a nickname.
Hold up,
Beryl.
slow down, Smash. You
no,
saying that
Christy is
her
the
middle
other
name was
grandmother.
Chrissy? You gotta
Christy is
use
the other grandmother on Oscar Brown's side.
hold on, Smash. You saying that they got a documentation of her saying her name was Beryl Christie Finnegan?
No.
No, this
Oh,
is the
okay.
different
Beryl Chrissy or Beryl Finnegan.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Let me explain. Donald Harris, right? Donald Harris, his father is Oscar Brown. Oscar Brown's father is Joseph Harris, and his mother is Christina McKenzie, which is Miss Chrissy. That's on the father's side. That has nothing to do with the mother's side. Beryl Harris' father is Patrick Finnegan, and his wife is Iris Finnegan. So we're concerned about the Finnegans. So this Miss Christie is on the father side. What we are examining is the father's mother side.
All right, I'm gonna press play. This is fun, by the way.
Donald J.
anyway.
Harris, obviously, very easy way to debunk this, and maybe there really was just another Beryl Christie that happened to have a child named Donald in the same year from the same parish, would be to just take a look at Kamala's father's birth certificate.
There is
And
no
we can't
Beryl
find that.
Christie. There is
We
no
quite
Beryl Christie.
Why you keep saying that when I just showed you on the screen Beryl Christie right here, bro?
What I'm saying in Kamala Harris's line, there is no Beryl Christie.
So
There's a Beryl Harris Finnegan or Finnegan Harris, but there is no Beryl Christie on Kamala's father's mother's side. Miss Christie is on Donald Harris's father's side, Donald Harris's father's side, but not on Donald Harris's mother's side.
but that
Donald
contradicts the book. Because the book is written by Donald J. Harris, and he was just recounting his grandparents, and he said Mr. Chrissy.
Yeah, Miss Christie.
No, he said Mr. It was a man. We gotta go back. Donald
Yeah,
J.
it is
Harris
Mr.
wrote the
Chrissy.
book. Donald J. Harris, so we can't say we know better than him. Now, is Donald J. Harris the mother's side or the father's side? That's the father's
That's the
side,
father's
right?
side.
Thank you.
Donald J. Harris is Kamala Harris's father.
Right.
Exactly. He the one who said that.
And she quoted from his book that she postulated that they possibly took on that Christie name, and she said that the Christie name came from that man.
But listen,
That was her grandmother's husband.
But Reggie trying to tell us it's on another side of the family. So listen to what she says again, Reggie.
Donald Harris's piece, he writes explicitly that Miss Iris, so that's Kamala's great grandmother, that her husband was known as Mr. Christie.
Hold on, let's stop.
I'll read you.
So Donald J. said that Kamala's great grandmother's husband was known as Mr. Christie. That is on the father's side of the family.
Okay, so now who does she say is the mother of Iris Finnegan?
Let's see.
Do that paragraph. It says, Miss Iris, mother of 8 children, I can't find 8 children, by the way, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. So the reason she may have put Christie or started using Christie as a middle name is because that would mean that her father was being called Mr. Christie. Again,
Now that works out. That checks out because it's the same side of the family that Beryl would eventually appear on.
I'm gonna have to check something because there's other many of these women are remarrying, right? So I have to let me just check something.
All right, I'm gonna play this while you checking.
and we are getting that directly from Donald J. Harris, who I'm now very interested in. I'm now very interested in this particular Donald J. Harris. Obviously, very easy way to debunk this, and maybe there really was just another Beryl Christie that happened to have a child named Donald in the same year from the same parish, would be to just take a look at Kamala's father's birth certificate. And we can't find that. We quite literally cannot find that, and I find that to be very strange. People were writing to me saying, hey, it looks like this was purposefully removed, that his birth certificate was removed, and I would just like to find it because it would just kind of let me be at ease and know that there's nothing further to look at other than this child, because it's just a very, very strange thing. Okay, I also wanted to just go over everything we do know about Donald J. Harris because I was interested in him suddenly. And the first thing is he, according to him, like Miss Christie in this piece is his paternal grandmother. He calls her Miss Christie. He acknowledges that they were descendants of the slave owner Hamilton Brown. And he is the founder of Brownstown. That's another thing that strikes me as very odd, and maybe there's something I'm missing here. But if you were a person that established a town and you had over 1,000 slaves, would you really just openly be married to some of these slaves? Like, is that something that would happen? I know that obviously they would have relations with the slaves, and that's something that is a reality. But in the way that they speak about their family, it's like they were just openly married with slave owners and slavers, which I find to be a little bit strange. As I said, he claims that Miss Christie owned and operated a dry goods store, and that she died in 1951 at the age of 70. Then we have Miss Iris, who he mentions that's the maternal.
What you say?
So messed up because okay, the Miss Christie or Chrissy that he is talking about, right? That's on the father's side. That Miss Christie is on the father's side.
Yeah, that's right. Keep going.
Right. But what we're dealing with is, we know what we're dealing with is the mother's side. So we're not Miss
Nah,
Christie.
you so lost, dude. Her mother is straight South Indian, bruh. We ain't even entertaining that side. There's only one side that could be black, and it's the daddy side. Her mother's straight South Indian. So your research, I don't know what's going on.
No, you're absolutely wrong. The Miss Christie,
I'm absolutely wrong. Her mother's not South Indian. We talked about any of her South Indian lineage tonight at all. Come on, Reggie.
One who could be in the Burrows is the thing.
Hey, I think your mic going in and out. I think your mic going in and out, Reg. But y'all, I just want everyone listening to know, regardless of what Reggie think, we have not talked about her mama side of the family at all tonight. At all. I don't even know why you doing this. Her mama is that South Indian lady. Have we mentioned her ever tonight?
No. Reggie talking about Donald mother and Donald father. That's what Reggie's talking about, not Carmela.
Okay.
Because the conversation is on Donald now. All right, the conversation is on Donald now.
Gaddafi said we confusing each other. We must be, because you just got to
send them. Getting late, man.
Yeah, but it's later for y'all. Look, it's only 1:49 for me. Look,
to be continued.
That's that 5 in the morning over there, Reggie. That's messing with you, huh?
No, it's not messing.
We're cutting out Carmela out of the conversation. We're just talking about Donald. So when he made reference to the mother and father, Donald is making reference.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. So say that again. Let's see if that makes sense. So then it's on the mother side of the family of Donald J. Harris?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. So yes. That's what we're looking at. We're trying to get to. We know that Miss Chrissy, she could be Indian, right? So I'm not dealing with her. I'm dealing with
Man. Oh no, Donald J. Harris just read straight out of his book, and he told us. So y'all got to remember, Donald J.
He
Harris.
said they was from some slaves. Or
Yeah,
something.
Donald J. Harris is the one that they using trying to act like he black. So he in there using all the slang in the book, like them tell me don't remember where you're coming from, and he talking about they was descendants of some slave owners though. So now she was like, how was y'all the slaves, but y'all was one of y'all was married to the slave owner in public? That could be true, she said, but it just don't seem as feasible. And I can't even say that I'm still thinking she's telling. She got some points.
No, I'm not denying that she have some points. I'm not denying that she have some points, right? Culturally, I'm closer to this than anybody else in the room, and I'm using that to try to validate what I'm saying. No, I'm not talking about Camilla none at all. I'm talking about Donald. Where Donald is from. We know Donald's mother. Donald said that's his mother. He talks about his grandmother and his great-grandmother. So Donald in the book make reference to 3 generations of women that came before him. Miss Iris, Miss Christie, and Beryl. He never mentioned much about Beryl. He didn't talk much about Beryl. It leave her to say that Beryl might not have been in the picture. That's what she insinuated because he did not speak much about Beryl. Growing up, I was closer to my grandmother, although my mother and father are married, because in my early years, we used to live together. So my grandmother was the primary woman in the house. So I understand why Donald might be close to his grandmother.
Yeah.
Right? Miss Iris is his great-grandmother. He doesn't speak much about Miss Iris, more than says she was a very stern woman, because he doesn't know much about Miss Iris. Because Miss Iris died when he was still a little boy.
Yeah, I'm with that.
He knows.
No,
right?
I think the story is messed up. His mama died.
Yeah, his mama died, not Miss Iris.
No.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they said he only spoke. Real quick, Stu Pease. He only. No, I'm gonna let you finish, but you gotta hear this data. He only spoke about Burl once in the book. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes. But how? No, the question I'm asking that you're insinuating that his mother died based on the death certificate that she
No, not based on the death certificate. We only trying to figure out why would a person only speak about his mother once in the book. Then when we see that it appears that she died 6 years after him, he didn't say that, but we trying to speculate. Maybe that's the only reason why he only mentioned.
He was born in 1936.
Hold on. Let me finish speaking. We cannot speculate that because he did not speak on that. Somebody else brought that to the conversation.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fine.
Right.
He didn't bring that to the conversation.
So then the research question is, why did he only mention his mom once in a book about his upbringing? Who could do that?
Because although his mother was in the picture, it is his grandmother who he showed reverence to.
I'm with that. We all accept that from you. We still asking if that was the case, would that still cause you only to mention your mom once in the book?
Well, I think she used the death of the woman to say that she wasn't in his life that long.
Yeah, that's why I was going with that. I'm with that.
That's what she used. That's why she used to come up.
But Stu Pease told us to throw that out. Stu Pease said throw that out.
The reason why we're going to throw that out because we have other evidence of his mother existing. He took a picture with his mother.
No, he didn't.
Carmela, although I'm not discussing Carmela. Carmela took a picture with his mother.
Yeah, you remember?
I'm going to throw something else out.
So hold on, real quick before you continue. You just referenced a picture that we all verified that couldn't be real. So now you're using it as source material?
Okay. Let me throw that picture and let me put in another piece of evidence.
Something ain't right.
Thank you, James. They trying to get us.
I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't get to finish. Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? And I'm going to throw in a piece of evidence in there now. What many of us may not like to speak about. His mother was a barmaid. As a result of that, his level of respect he may have for his mother may not be as much as he had for his grandmother. His mother was a barmaid.
I mean, we could see to the point you making about that he had a closer, whatever the reason he had a closer attachment to his grandparents is the reason why you said he only mentioned his mother in the book once.
Right.
I'm saying that even if that was true, it would mandate that you mention your mother more than once in the
No, you
book.
acknowledge. You acknowledge that you have a mother.
I'm just
You
talking
acknowledge that
about
you have a mother.
in most literature I've read before. You can't tell a person how to write their life story, but most time when you explaining your youth, even if you was with your mama or not, you have to mention her more than one time. Because you might
That's
say,
not true.
okay, I wasn't
That's not true.
even if he was not around her, he would have to mention her to say that. Like, come on, dog. He just gonna say, and my mama name was Beryl. Like, didn't say nothing else about his mama in the whole damn book.
Then why he didn't refer to her be dying when he was young? Since we want to acknowledge that she died when he was young.
I'm not saying that has to be the case.
The two things can go hand in hand. Your thing can go hand in hand.
You're forcing the argument on me. Acknowledge my real argument. I'm saying anybody writing a autobiography, whether they had a bad situation or with their mama, most instances would have to, just because of the way upbringing works, they would have to, even if she was, stop cutting me off, man. Yeah. Even if she was absent, you would have to reference to say she was absent. Like you would have to say, my mom wasn't really in my life. That's one reference to your mom. But I don't know how we could tell an autobiography about ourselves and just mention your mom once and say that was her name. If you had any connection to it. You got the floor.
Let me use your argument. Because something substantial as your mother died when you're young would have to be mentioned in your book also. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I would think if anybody's mom died at 6, it would be so traumatic that they would probably have to
they would refer to in the book, right? So the two arguments, so the two arguments nullify each other. Because if the mother died, it would have been such a traumatic experience that he would have mentioned it in this book. And you said if his mother was alive, he would have mentioned her more than once.
Yeah. So look, I agree. And what reconciles that is I don't really think that was the case. We just have to probe all directions. Like, for instance, I don't think that is a situation where his mother died. What I think is more harsh. And I'm thinking that something may be iffy about the situation. I'm thinking that they may have wanted to come up with a black dad for Kamala, and so they just did it the easiest way they could do it. And they gave him the identity of somebody who really died in 2 years later. I mean, that's easy to do in these Americas.
Let me just say before I get out of here, let me just say what I think, right? Now, what I'm saying is, man, something is fishy, right? That's the fact. But you got to think about a lot of different scenarios. Now, what I'm wondering is these people, if they smart, would they be this dumb to leave this much information out here for anybody to catch? That's one thing, right? And then you can't really just gloss over what you see with the person died in 1940. A couple of years after the person is supposed to have been born. What the baby died in 1940? Donald Harris died in what year was that he died in? 1940, right?
I don't know when Donald Harris died.
The baby. But you know what I'm saying? The baby, whatever that baby, he died in like 1940.
Let me ask you
He was born in 1939 or whatever, and he died in 1940. 1938.
No, that other Donald Harris. Yeah, Donald Ford. I thought you was talking about her father. 1940.
Yeah, but hold on. If we're talking about this one and the same, you know what I'm saying? Because he's supposed to be dead. Based on the document we seen.
But let me just ask y'all something, and I'm gonna close this down. Look.
Yeah, based on the document we seen, he's supposed to be dead. And based on the document, another document we seen, she is too old to be taking a picture with that woman that died in 1960. So something ain't right. So y'all can take it how y'all want to. I don't know what's going on, but this is to be continued, I see, because this is a pretty wild-ass conversation we just had. So with that said, peace, two stupids, and peace, Smash. I'm gonna get out of here because it's like 4 in the morning.
Smash, before you cut it off, let me say something. 2 minutes, please. No, we're questioning Donald J. Harris because he's the closest relative to Kamala Harris. We're questioning his blackness. We're not using how we look phenotypically because any rules that were established here to establish Donald Harris ethnicity, we're going to use it across the board because I believe in equal measure and stick. No, people are saying that this man is white. And it's based on the fact that his father might be a lighter skinned Negro who came from Spanish Town, Jamaica.
Well, what makes you say it's based on that fact? Nobody based it on nothing about his light skin or nothing.
So what are we saying? What is Donald J. Harris if he's not black?
See, this is what we basing it on. Look at first of all, I wanted to point this out before James just filibustered me. Look, her birth certificate has been amended. All right? Can anybody tell me what are the reasons a person would amend a birth certificate? It's only certain information on there. So you either changing the mama name, the daddy name. You're not changing your name on your birth certificate. Those are the only 3 slots. Now, if y'all clearly see it say amended right here on Kamala Harris' birth certificate, come on,
what
man.
was amended?
This is what I'm trying to say. Ask you, what are the options for things to amend on a birth certificate? You could you can't amend the date you was born.
Mm-hmm.
You can't amend the date unless you made an error. The date of the parents' age. Maybe her mama was 25. Oh, let me go amend my birth certificate because it says the wrong date for my mom on there. None of that is going to cause you to amend the birth certificate. What makes a person go through the action of getting a birth certificate amended? You know what it is? It's when the daddy name ain't right. That's all. Black women know that, at least. Sometimes they have a child and the dad might avoid being on the birth certificate. Then they'll go back and add him on the birth certificate. You're not going to miss the mama because the child comes out of the mother. So there's no way that information could be messed up. At the hospital, the mom was there and the child was there. So the only thing you could amend this for could be concerning the party that had the option to not be there. We don't know if he was there or not, but a mother always has to be there at the birth.
So therefore, what you're saying then, based on what you're saying, let me understand. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to understand. What you're saying, based on this birth certificate, Donald J. Harris is not Kamala Harris' father.
Not necessarily. I'm just asking y'all, because someone has to enlighten me the reason why this could be amended twice when everything has to be static about the mother. Did her mother say the wrong name? Like, what happened? What caused it to be amended? And here's the other thing. You're black. I'm saying you black, Stupies, right? Because I'm saying that, but you might identify otherwise. I want to ask, on your birth certificate, does it just say Jamaican like this one says? Because it says color or race of mother, Caucasian. Color or race of father, Jamaican. But Jamaican ain't a color or a race.
Because what happened in Jamaica is that, judging by my birth certificate, can I find my birth certificate now? I'll show you. Color, even when it was on the pink form, even on my mother's birth certificate, color was not on the birth certificate. Even on my grandmother's birth certificate, my grandmother who was born in 1920, color was not on the birth certificate. The English did not have the one-drop rule, so they didn't make birth certificates with color on it. So you'll not find color on a Jamaican birth certificate.
Okay, that's fine, and
All
I'm
right.
with that. But don't you?
Okay,
you don't have an American. You can't have 2 birth certificates. So here's the question. Nothing. What all I'm saying is, it says her mom's Caucasian, but there's nothing to indicate that Donald Jasper Harris is black here. It says Jamaican. You can be white and be Jamaican.
You can be Chinese and be Jamaican.
Thank
you can
you.
be.
So there's nothing
I
on here.
am not disputing that. I'll never dispute that. Jamaicans come in all different color shades and mixture. You can be Chinese, white Chinese, black Chinese, anything. Jamaica come in all different color mixture. No, the question I'm asking is that if people going to look for race on Jamaican birth certificate, there's none on it because the English did not put race on their birth certificate. If England was still ruling America, there wouldn't be race on your birth certificate. That because they didn't record race.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So
Right?
I
No,
understand since they didn't record it, but so they had to go what was on his documentation. No, but this is America. So this is what I'm asking you. I hear what you're saying, but this is an American document. So can you please explain to me why on this American document they just put Jamaican instead of black? Because he ain't black. See what I'm saying? He not black. So here's the thing. Let me just real quick. Oh, no. You go ahead. Go ahead.
So if because you're saying it with your chest that he ain't black. So I'm going to ask you with my low voice, what is he?
He's Jamaican. He probably white. So this is the reason why I want to let me say why I want to say this, and you tell me this is not true. Who can be classified on illegal American documents as Caucasian? Only people in the Caucasus, Europe, North Africa, and the Arab Emirates. And you know what I'm saying? Everybody else got to be classified as something else. So if he was black, they would have easily just wrote black right here. But they put Jamaican because he can't classify as a white, but they don't want to put him as black. Now, am I wrong?
No, in Jamaica, he would not have been classified as white either.
Oh, like no, but this is what I'm saying. In America. In America.
No. But he's from Jamaica. I will go argue the Jamaican part.
No. This is an American document. That's why. So this is his daughter. See, they probably never met him ever. Somebody wrote on the birth certificate. You see what I'm saying? This happened in Alameda in Oakland. So somebody just gave the information.
You're right. You're right. Who the mother was probably the one that filled out this form, and she said he's Jamaican. She asked, "What is the father?" And she said he's Jamaican. It was the mother who probably filled out this form and called him a Jamaican. Because you said they probably didn't meet him when he was filling out this form. Because at that time, you didn't have to sign the birth certificate as a man. Because there's no signature of his on the birth certificate if we look for it. Flip to page 2. Is his signature there? When did he sign it? Is the signature the same date as the mother's signature?
Yeah, the cold part is they got the signatures down there, but they had to redact those.
Right? But what's the date of the signature?
October 23rd, 1964.
That's for one signature. What's the other one? Or just
November. It say November 5th is the other date on there, but I don't know what it's for. But you're right. I don't think he was there, and so mom's probably. Oh yeah, because that's her story. She was a single mother in Oakland. Oh yeah, he wasn't there.
No. She wasn't a single mother.
No. But her story was that her mom was a single mother in the Bay Area, and it was a hard upbringing.
That's after the father left when she was 5 years old, 5 or 6.
Oh, okay, but not just right out the gate, huh?
Not the right out the gate.
No. Yes, it was because she immigrated. She immigrated supposedly, and she was not with. How could that be? You're right. How could it be? Because how could she have gotten pregnant? Did she get pregnant in some other place and then get on the airplane?
They lived in Oakland. The father left when she was 5. They went the separate way, 5 or 6.
So the father was in Oakland for a point of time.
Yeah, because both of them went to the same college. They met in college. The father and the mother met in college. And they got married. And then they had the 2 girls. And then they separated. Okay. The picture with the father holding her as a baby in his hands was when they were in Oakland. And then the father left after that. And they went their separate ways. He went on to teach. And then he came to Jamaica several times to help Michael Manley when he was trying to develop his policies. The father was in Jamaica on and off.
So then Donald Jasper Harris went to Cal Berkeley.
Yes.
So why ain't nobody went and looked through their records to find them? The school
Because
records.
no people asking that they need to see birth certificate. Coming to the United States from day one, to apply for a visa, you needed a birth certificate. The name on the birth certificate have to match the name on whatever it is. So he had a birth certificate with that name.
Somebody said he worked at Stanford right now.
He's a professor emeritus, meaning that he does not work there. But because when you get professorship, is a tenureship for life.
Okay. So
even when you retire, he's a professor emeritus.
So this is what I'm saying. So if anybody with this theory that she is espousing was right, they could easily talk to Donald J. Harris if he works at Stanford and ask him some questions.
He's not at Stanford anymore. He doesn't. He's retired.
Somebody said he works at Stanford today. That's what
he does not work there. He's retired.
Okay.
He's a professor emeritus. When people don't go to college, you talk a lot of bullshit, you know. Professors, when you get tenureship, even when you retire, it will still show you that you're still in the system. But you're as a professor emeritus.
Yeah. Now overall for me, it was just some good information. We all like drama. I know this is the type of conversation that'll make one of y'all turn against me, thinking that I'm on some Kansas shit, but I don't really mind that.
But I wouldn't say that. You're searching out information.
Yeah, but I mean, Reggie seemed like he was real touchy about it. I'm like, damn.
No, man, that's how Reggie argue. I come to love Reggie now like a brother. I don't have a problem. Me and Reggie used to have the biggest cussing out. And I realize that's how we argue.
Yeah,
and then tomorrow he'll come and you realize that, sure, that's how we argue. Right? I tend to get loud and I'm trying to pull back on that because the information is more important to me. But what Candace Owen is doing is throwing a lot of mud against the wall. I needed to understand this. Names in Jamaica go like trends.
Not a big deal, but he said that there
Here's
was
the
some
thing I want to
change
trip
made
on. All
on
we
this birth
gotta
certificate.
do is talk to some of the students of Donald Jasper Harris at Stanford.
Yeah. And when Donald Jasper Harris got his professorship at Stanford, it was, if he did not want to be black, they wouldn't print it as the first black professor at Stanford.
That's how they printed it?
That's how they printed it. Go and look at, that's Donald J. Harris.
So now let me ask you, so now the theory proposes, let's see. So then the theory would propose that this guy right here
is white.
No, it's fake. He stole someone's identity. You see what I'm saying?
At what age? At what age he stole somebody's identity?
If the theory had anything to it, you have to be saying that this guy who exists stole the identity of some other Donald Harris. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That don't make no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Who is this? The Honorable. Why they put the Honorable?
Because in Jamaica, Michael Manley gave him like an order of distinction.
And this Donald J. Harris was born on August 23rd, 1938, too. This is crazy as hell.
Right. Brownstown, a colony of Jamaica, because when he was born, Jamaica was not an independent country. So it was a colony of England.
So he went to the University of London and Cal Berkeley.
Right. So the first university, he did his bachelor's, because at that time, he got a scholarship to go to England to do his bachelor's.
Man, I'm about to go talk to dude. This is going to be so easy.
Right.
And just get an interview. Like how they say.
mean Order of Merit. He got the Order of Merit from the Jamaican government because he was helping them with his economic plan. Because this was a young man, one of our best and our brightest, who went to England, studied, came to America to do his master's and his doctoral study, and went back from time to time to help the Minister of Finance to develop an economic program.
But this don't make no sense. Oh,
because
man, so hold on, let me ask you. When did he leave? When did he leave Stanford? Because he supposedly left Canada because her mama. Oh, they could have just split up. They could
The
have just
divorce.
split up. Yeah,
The
they could have just
divorce.
split up. Yeah.
The divorce before he got his doctorate.
Oh, for
She
real?
was going. Yeah, they're going in separate. She come to her dream is to study cancer, and his dream is to study economics. He came as a result of his country, who put all of the resources behind him.
But this is my question. If her
To
father
me,
is
he's a sellout.
easily, if her
To me,
father, damn, let me just ask my question. If her father is easily this identifiable, how could anybody question her blackness?
that's her father. So they're going back and trying and filibustering and trying to muddy the water, saying that's not Donald Harris. Donald Harris is a white man. Donald Harris' father is a very pale skin Jamaican. He's not full white. Nobody not disagreeing with that. Donald Harris is like the Bob Marley thing. You see, like how Bob Marley mother and Bob Marley father, and look at Donald Harris and put up a picture of Bob Marley before he had the locks.
I'm trying to see, but this is the question. Here we go, right here. They start messing it up. Donald Jasper Harris was born in Brownstown, St. Anne's Parish, Jamaica, the son of Oscar Joseph Harris. Now that's that white dude we see, right? And Beryl.
That's a light skin dude. That we call him white if you want to call him white.
Man, that dude ain't light skinned. Let me show you. This fool white. Y'all taking that light skin stuff too far. So show me this dude is. If you telling me this dude is light skinned, you tripping. This dude light skinned. Like, stop playing me, y'all. He not light skinned. That's a white boy. Ain't no way in the world. No, fuck that. He ain't no way in the world black.
Gosh. Yeah, look here. Look here. The colonies, you had a lot of those very light-skinned Jamaica.
I know what a light-skinned black person is, and I'm sorry, Stupids, you won't convince me that the image on the screen
had a lot of quadroons. You had quadroons. You ever see a quadroon or octoroon?
Yes.
Why do you think they have those names?
We don't use
quadroon
those.
or octoroon.
We don't use that terminology.
We don't use it anymore, but it was used to establish a one-drop rule or somebody blackness, or if somebody had black in
so you want everybody, including the chat, to believe that this is just a light-skinned black dude on the screen? Now
there's no picture.
I'm not saying that he don't got a drop of black. He couldn't no way have a drop of black in him.
Okay, all right.
But do he claim? What do he claim? Is he listed as a Caucasian or an African? A Caucasian, bro.
That is the other thing too. Honestly, I'll give you the white. There's some black in him. Yes, he probably an octoroon or a quadroon. So if you want to call him white based on that, I will give you that. But if his mother was also white, there's no way Donald would look like that. And we know that when black people get older, don't look at the hair, because when black people get older, the hair tend to get thinner and straighter, especially if they have a mixture of European in there. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Still, I don't know.
No. I'm not talking about his father. I'm talking about Sterling. Because the next question is, why Sterling look like how him look? Why his hair look like that? So that is why I'm eliminating that from people saying that, oh, because if you look at your black grandfather now, and you look at him in his youngest day.
He's the let's look at his let's look at some of his siblings, right? And see, none of them gonna have a picture of this. How you know that this is fake? Everybody in her direct line, the account is well tended to, but you click all the siblings to where somebody didn't want to do the work to get their images up. So these accounts is managed by other people, not the actual people, obviously, because some of them dead.
Okay. Look at the siblings. Look at the ones who own the shop in Brownstown. They're going to be lighter skin. And part of it is that whether Jamaican people on this don't want to believe it or not, we tend to have a colorism in Jamaica also. So once you have money, the lighter skins normally marry to the lighter skins. They may not have been rich, but they were shopkeepers So they had access to money in the country area
So,
in comparison to other
in
people.
closing, because I'm about to go to sleep, but here go the last
Yeah.
question. So then, since this Beryl, Madeline, Harris, Finnegan, Christie, that's all of them, but since she died in 1960,
There's no proof of that.
Why are you saying there's no? Oh my God,
Oh,
y'all, dude,
no, the reason,
it's
the
right on
reason,
the screen, bruh. This is a genealogy.com, like, and every other source say the
1960,
same thing.
1960.
Yeah. Like every source
Because,
saying that, and so why are you just saying that we don't have no proof of that?
okay, continue.
Oh, okay. She died in 1960, and Kamala was born in 1964. But in Kamala's book, she say this is a picture of me standing next to this lady who supposedly died 4 years before her. How can that be? Huh?
No.
Yeah, she does.
According to which family's tree,
Look,
that is maintained by the Harris family.
Let me show you, B.
Did the Harris family, anybody in the Harris family,
look at this
come
picture?
out and say,
It's like Kamala with her grandmama Beryl. See?
yes. Yes.
Oh, it's so much about this picture that I could say, man.
No, look at this picture and the great grandmother picture side by side.
Now the lady, look, see the person is asked right there. How can she be in the photo with a woman who died 4 years before she was born? Okay, people is asking that.
Yeah, the people asking that question, but how can she be? That means two things. Either that is not her grandmother, or her grandmother didn't die. That's only two answers.
No, look, people trying to say this is her great grandmother, but in her book,
no, that's not her great
put it in
grandmother.
her own book. Wow,
There's a picture of her great grandmother holding the baby. There's a picture exists in the book of her great grandmother holding the baby.
Everybody know this. Y'all the only ones tripping. Look, everybody know.
Everybody can't know because there have to be two things. Either her mother didn't die, or no, her grandmother didn't die, or her grandmother did die. No, if her grandmother did die, how is it that there's a picture?
That's not her
and her
grandmother. You got to start realizing what we're trying to get people to see. That
so what you're trying to say is that this lady is not her grandmother.
No, that's not her grandmother. That's just the help right there. That ain't her grandmama, bro. I mean, I'm not gonna. If she died 4 years before, nobody about to trick me into. I know how AI and all these fake images work, man. Like,
so you're saying that. So you are saying that that's a help. So you. So the Egyptians them send something on the wall, and you are going to believe everybody else before you believe the Egyptians. You're going to believe everybody else.
What you talking about?
You're going to believe everybody else before you believe the person who standing in the picture to say, "This is my grandmother."
Oh no! Because of the
that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Why do you start talking over people as soon as they start talking? You just said your piece. Now it's my turn to talk.
I didn't finish.
Okay, we'll continue.
I finished now. Go continue.
Yeah, so because you had just said that I'm going to not believe the woman in the picture, it goes like this. You take people as honest until they, you give people respect until they disrespect you. You would take what she said as an honest statement until you learn that the woman in the photograph died 4 years before she was born. Now, at the point when you learn the woman in the photograph, or supposedly if the woman who is in this photograph is who she says she was, died 4 years before she was born, then you know the photograph couldn't be possible. And at that point, you question the person who told you that this was true.
Based on the fact that somebody, two pieces of evidence that what's her name came with. She came with a marriage certificate for a burial.
So she just showed us this.
And she came with a death certificate for
burial. She also came with this actual woman that Kamala says if we click her name, we can go to any genealogy chart. Are you seeing my screen? It's right here saying the same thing she says. They're saying that this is Beryl Finnegan, died in 1960. And if you go look who she's related to, she's the wife of the man we was talking about and everything. So it's all of that stuff is said. So I don't get it. Look, let's go back to the Harris surname so we can see. Harris's genealogy and the Harris family situation. Well, but I mean, I don't know. We could argue it.
No. The other thing. Now, how many siblings in his book did Donald Harris says he has? Is he an only child?
I think they said, I don't know, but I thought they said 8. But
8 siblings, right? No, the woman who died in 1964, right?
She buried 2 other kids.
She buried 2 kids plus Donald, so she had 3 kids.
At least.
So Donald had 8 siblings, and the woman who died had 3.
No, that's the ones we could find. But yo, this is getting hella late. We gonna argue
All
about
right,
this shit
later.
too.
But you use that math because if Donald had 8 siblings, and we know Donald's siblings because we hear one of them even interview, right? So continue. So Donald had 8 siblings. So everybody knows. So that woman is not Donald's mother who died.
Somebody else could continue, or I can let you keep talking and I'm gonna listen.
No. I finished. Tomorrow night I jump on. Come on tomorrow night.
All right, that's what's up. I appreciate you. Cool. Thanks for helping out. Appreciate you.
No man. Respect. No respect to you. Always respect.
Peace,
and if I sound no, there's no disrespect.
Oh hell no, I know. I just be trying to get my word in too. Same. Peace. Hey yo, so y'all, all I'm saying is, don't just turn your head because cats Don't just turn your head because cats don't want you to look at the evidence. Neo X said that is not a death certificate, so we don't know factually when she died. They could have simply got the date wrong. Oh, okay. They could simply got the date wrong. I don't know. You can definitely get somebody's date wrong, but see, the thing about these type of accounts, normally they managed by a family member. Like, have you ever went to your genealogy.com before your other family members started contributing to it? Then they don't just paint together no picture of your family without some type of primary source. So somebody is in there managing them accounts. But that is a good point that ain't a death certificate, so they could have just got her. But would they got it that grossly wrong by like 30 or 20 years? Because Kamala in that was at least 19, 18 in that picture. And she supposedly died in 1960. Kamala was born in 1964. So let's say 1984, subtract 2. You see me, 1978 would give her, 18 or whatever, right? And so you telling me that she might have died in after 1978, but they put 1960 as a mistake? Cats be wanting us to believe some more outrageous shit than the stuff that's in your face. So this is what y'all got to deal with. Kamala said that is her grandmama, Miss Beryl, right? And Miss Beryl supposedly died before Kamala was born. That's all. You ain't got to deal with nothing else. All that other shit, a lot of it didn't seem to stick. I was glad y'all was willing to watch it without killing the messenger, just because I'm like, let's look at this shit and be objective. Stop always there. I don't vote on blackness anyway because Obama didn't do shit. Feel me? I would vote on black militants if somebody even had the inkling or inclination of showing, not black, black, if they was black nationalism, any of that, I'll vote on that. But I'm not just going to vote on your skin. If ain't nothing black coming out your mouth, you ain't going to be no better than Trump. But this is why I like her over Trump. No matter what we watched, I don't care how y'all feel about my politics. I like her over Trump because she ain't said she want to get a police immunity. The number one issue affecting black people in the next 4 years would be the police having immunity. I'm sorry. Not me, not you. You think the ones who've been able to avoid it won't even be able to avoid all that police bullshit no more if they have immunity, because they would turn up the frequency of how much they started costing niggas, right? And so eventually you would get caught up in it. So out of all the issues, I don't care about none of this other shit they talking about. I don't want a person who want his own immunity and police immunity. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that person in the White House. Yeah, Candace is suspect. I mean, every time I got really juiced when she started going hard at the Zionists, but when I hear her talk about George Floyd and shit, I just be wanting to throw my phone at the TV. So I couldn't say I was a fan of her, but I do use, I mean, she's controversial. She know how to get 1 million views in one day. All her videos get 1 million views in a day. Damn near 500, 600,000 in a day. Yep, that natural stop and frisk. And then, yeah, I'm not with that. And so I'm voting on that. I'm just voting on one of these motherfuckers said they want the police to have immunity. That's the one I don't want. I know Kamala gonna be full of shit. She gonna be a warmonger. She gonna be super Israel, all that shit. And she even said out her mouth she not doing nothing just for black people. She's like, why would I cut a policy just for black people? So, all right, I appreciate y'all. Thanks for listening. I didn't talk my heart out. I'm about to go to sleep. One of y'all should stream so I can listen to y'all on my way to sleep.